across the galaxy for their love of battle and disorder, orcs are characterized by their primal love for conflict and anarchy. This race, engineered for war by ancient alien biosciences, thrives in chaos, their societal structures and individual developments deeply entwined with their inherent drive for battle. Among the multitude of orc warriors, a rare few rise above the rank and file, becoming figures of legendary status known as prime orcs. These towering leaders are not merely products of typical orc society, but represent the zenith of orc potential, emerging under unique conditions of war and survival. The evolution of a prime orc is a phenomenon rooted in the very fabric of orc biology and culture, heavily influenced by the ceaseless warfare that defines their existence. In orc society, power and leadership are gained and maintained through physical prowess and martial success. An orc must continuously prove their strength and strategic capabilities to ascend, and more importantly, to retain leadership. For an orc to reach prime status, they must not only dominate their peers, but also exhibit an extraordinary ability to unify and lead vast numbers of orcs across clans and tribes, often catalyzing these disparate groups into a massive orc warband. Prime orcs are distinguished from their brethren by several significant traits. They are giants among orcs, their bodies sculpted by the rigors of combat to an almost mythic stature. This physicality allows them to wield tremendous power on the battlefield, often turning the tide of battle single-handedly. Unlike typical orcs, whose approach to combat is often straightforward and chaotic, prime orcs display a cunning and foresight in warfare that belies the brutish nature of their race. They are highly intelligent tacticians, often fluent in high Gothic and capable of organizing massive invasions, and holding together the notoriously fickle and fractious orc hordes. The ability to inspire and lead is paramount for a prime orc. Their sheer presence commands respect and obedience from other orcs, driven by a combination of fear, admiration, and the orc's innate following of strength. The concept of prime orcs is deeply interlinked with that of the ancient Crocs, their formidable ancestors created as part of an ancient bioengineering project aimed at producing the perfect soldiers during the war in heaven. Millions of years in the past, Crocs were larger, smarter, and far more organized than the modern orc, and it is speculated that prime orcs represent a genetic throwback to these ancient beings. The appearance of a prime orc may suggest a latent genetic potential that surfaces under extreme circumstances, possibly a remnant of the orc's engineered origins, meant to emerge when the orcs face existential threats. Thus, prime orcs not only embodied the pinnacle of orc evolution, but also a bridge to their past, holding within them the keys to understanding the full potential of orc kind under the pressures of galactic warfare. It is fortunate for the Imperium of Man that the rise of a prime orc is a rare occurrence. Since the Great Crusade launched across the stars, a mere handful have threatened to develop the power needed to imperil humanity. Near the onset of the Crusade, the Emperor and Horus barely defeated a gargantuan mech-boy warboss on the scrap world of Goro, diminishing the greenskin threat in the Segmentum Solar. Horus would also be responsible for the demise of Urlak-Urg, the war-boss of a massive orc empire centered around the planet Ulanor. Horus and his Justerin Terminators entered his fortress and drove directly for the war-boss and his retinue of knobs, ending the orc threat at enormous cost. Emerging in the 32nd millennium, once again on the world of Ulanor, the beast led what was perhaps the greatest orc invasion ever seen, coming perilously close to destroying Terra itself. His leadership, aided by 6 lesser prime orcs, was marked by a combination of military might, political manipulation,
Hello.
and psychological warfare.
Okay,
The
dear.
beast
Yeah, hello.
was more than just a
So,
war boss.
hello
He
everyone.
was an
Welcome in.
emperor
I'm
who
Bouncer,
united the orc tribes
and
like never
today we'll
before,
be painting
creating
some
a
lovely,
pseudo-empire
lovely
that posed a
Warhammer
legitimate
yet
threat to the
again.
Imperium's
I changed
existence.
the angle a
His
little bit from
ability
the
to
webcam,
coordinate across
and we are now
multiple
also
star
on
systems
YouTube.
and
So, hello
inspire a
YouTube.
near-mythical reverence for orcs
Just for the
categorized
algorithm
him
and to
as
try
a
it out.
prime orc.
Um,
Despite a series of fierce
we
battles,
are gonna
including a
paint
notable
some
duel where
more
Vulkan
fucking
and the Beast were
Marines.
believed killed in a catastrophic
Not like
explosion, the
haven't
Beast
been painting.
survived. His reign of terror continued until a final confrontation
God
in
fucking damn it.
Ullanor, where he was
I
ultimately
changed a
killed
couple of
by a
things a bit
psychic ritual
earlier. I
executed by the
changed
Imperial forces, led by Maximus
the
Thane.
lighting, as you can tell,
This
so
ritual
from the
caused the
top.
deaths of the Beast and the
And I
remaining
changed
prime
this angle from
orcs
this
under his
webcam, so let me
command,
know if this is a little bit
leading to
better.
the
The desk is a
eventual
little bit full,
disintegration of his
so
empire.
deal with that.
The protracted conflict
Try to
concluded
make a
with a
little bit of
century-long
room.
crusade to eradicate the remaining orc forces,
There.
cementing the downfall of one
That's
of
a
the
little bit
greatest
better.
threats the Imperium had
Also,
ever
I got
faced.
sponges.
Now, in the 41st millennium, the galaxy faces a renewed
Um,
threat from the orcs, spearheaded
so
by
yeah, we have
Gazkul
sponges now.
Mag Uruk Thraka, an orc war boss whose
So yeah,
notoriety and
that's nice.
strategic prowess are rapidly
How about you
approaching
go
the
fuck yourself?
legendary status once held by the Beast. Gazkul,
So we're
revered
gonna
as a
try out
prophet of the
sponges
orc
as well. I
gods,
haven't
Gork and
used
Mork, has
sponges
mobilized
ever
a massive
before, so I'm looking
Wah
forward to trying it
that
out.
spans much of the
I cut
galaxy,
up a single
aiming
sponge
to
that I
unite
have
the scattered orc tribes
just
under
to
his
fiddle with
singular
it,
vision of conquest
and
destruction.
yeah,
Having
we're gonna
orchestrated
see
the
how it goes.
devastating
But we're
Second and
gonna
Third
base
Wars
code.
for Armageddon,
This one has already been base
Gazkul
coded,
demonstrated
so
his
that one
capacity to
that
challenge
saves just
the
a lot of
Imperium's
hassle.
might
This one has
through both
also been base
overwhelming
coded
force
already. I
and
think I already
cunning
did this one.
tactics.
This
His
one's actually
leadership
further
has
ahead.
not only invigorated the orc
Um,
population, but has also
This one's
brought
already
a
been
level
base
of
coded, so
coordination
and
and
already
purpose
tanned, so we can
typically
work on that
rare
after
among
we base
orc
coded these, so we
kind,
can spend a little bit of time
signaling
with
a
that one.
significant evolution in their approach
And we'll
to
just
warfare.
base code the
This
big one
movement,
first,
ever
the
growing and
captain,
increasingly
then the little
coordinated,
marines, and
endangers
move
not
on from
only
that
the
one. So let's
Imperium,
move these
but
to the
all
side
other civilizations caught in its path. As the orcs
and
grow
get this
in number
show
and ferocity,
started, shall we,
the
ladies and
galaxy
gentlemen?
braces
So we're
for
gonna
what
use
could
army
become
painter,
an era of
angel
destruction
green,
and chaos, potentially surpassing the dark days of the
because
Beast's reign.
it's one of my
The
favorite dark
response of the
base coats
galaxy's
of green that
powers
you can
will
have and
determine the
use.
fate of countless
So put
worlds
a little bit on
as
the
they
wet palette.
face this relentless tide of green.
We're using the
In the grim
Citadel
darkness
Artificer
of the
layer
far
brush.
future, there is only war. This was not always so. The Emperor of Mankind
With a
and
little
his
bit of
sons
wetness
led a great
on
crusade across the
the
galaxy,
thingamawig.
tearing back the cloak of old night and bringing the lost worlds of
Let's stop
mankind
painting.
back into the embrace of terror. However,
I'm gonna make
before
this
any
one
this
of
would be
the third
possible,
chapter.
the Emperor
Plan.
would need to cast the shackles from humanity's homeworld and reunite his people. These conflicts were known as
I'm
the
gonna put a
Unification
lot of
Wars,
chapter
a
guys
terrible
in it.
time when old Earth was little more than a wasteland ruled by cruel and vicious techno-barbarians.
Yeah.
So, as with any tale, let us start at the beginning.
Okay. Let's.
There was a time millennia ago when mankind soared amongst the stars in a magnificent interstellar civilization. Commerce, industry, and science were the hallmarks of this society, but more so peace. Treaties were drawn with powerful Xenos races such as the Eldari, and those who would not parley were crushed beneath the heels of mankind's fearsome automatons, the Men of Iron. The galaxy saw a hitherto unknown era of tranquility. The future Emperor of Mankind had yet to reveal himself, content to manipulate events in secrecy still, as was his manner, known as the Dark Age of Technology.
How's everyone doing this fine day?
Had reached a
Everyone having a lovely Saturday?
Around this time, the first psychers would begin to appear, at first sporadically, and in but the blink of an eye, they were ubiquitous across the galaxy. Of course, as empires rise, so shall they fall. The first blow to the interstellar empire came during the 23rd millennium from an unexpected quarter. The Men of Iron, powerful humanoid machines housing artificial intelligence, declared war on their unsuspecting human creators, Perhaps
Dun,
tired of
dun,
enduring
dun.
virtual slavery or fighting mankind's wars for them, the men of iron wrought destruction on their former masters. The war, later known as the Cybernetic Revolt, was devastating. Interstellar trade and communications were disrupted as both sides unleashed
So
abhorrent
yeah, we're
weapons
base
of
coding all of
destruction.
them in Angel
Mechanivores,
Green,
which
like
could
I
open
said,
continents, and
and
serpentine sun
we'll then
killers,
put a
the
little bit
size
of
of Saturn's
shading
rings,
on it. I
which
only
would
have the
crush
strong
the very
tone at the
life
time
from
being because I just started the
stars.
hobby like
Untold
2.5
millions
weeks ago,
perished
3 weeks.
as microscopic machines known as omniphages swarmed from planet to planet across entire solar systems, stripping the worlds back to the bedrock in a way that would not be seen again until the extragalactic tyrannid threat would rear its head in the 35th millennium. The organic races of the galaxy joined forces and fought back, although such a thought today would be deemed heretical. At great cost, the abominable intelligences were defeated, and humanity
You are getting
prevailed,
kind of sick of green,
although the Empire was now broken and a shadow of its former
but
self.
that's fine.
Even now, the damage done by the cybernetic revolt is still felt deeply within the human psyche. So strong is the distrust of artificial intelligence that the priests of Mars would rather rely on the savagery of lobotomized servitors than machines. But I digress. Humanity struggled ever onward, but by the 25th millennium, the writing was on the wall. As mankind had risen, so had the Eldar fallen. Descended into hedonism and given in completely to lust and gluttony, the immense psychic nature of the Eldar species began to birth a new chaos god, Slanesh. The once great Eldari Empire was in the final stage of its painful last throes. The gestation of this new primordial power caused warp storms covering vast swathes of the galaxy. Warp travel became impossible, and communication intermittent at best. On some of the more barbaric worlds, psychers were treated with contempt
He's coming
and
along.
quickly put to death. However, on more enlightened planets, psychers had been encouraged to explore their newfound abilities. As the warp storms worsened, these psychers were driven to insanity, enslaving whole worlds with their powers, or worse, becoming conduits for demons to enter the material realm. The inability to travel the warp inflicted other horrors on mankind. Cut off from Terra, old rivalries resurfaced and wars broke out across the galaxy. Agri-worlds were now unable to deliver their precious cargo, leading to mass starvation and famine on a scale never before seen.
I
Terror
like
was
the
struck
fact that the
just as hard
moment
by
you
these
start
atrocities
painting
and
them,
quickly
they actually
devolved from a
feel like they're
utopia
coming a
into
little
a
bit
toxic,
alive.
barren war zone. The age of technology was over, and in its place, driven by psychic manifestations and tribes of warring techno-barbarians, was the age of strife. While the age of strife saw the former glory of
We're
humanity
just gonna listen into some lovely
and
Spotify
putrefy,
stuff.
some small pockets of civilization were able to survive, either through brutally suppressing psychers or sheer serendipity. These isolated pocket empires relied on sublight travel to maintain their borders. The leagues of Votan, and the Interrex in particular, were able to avoid the darkness of old night. Sadly, the situation on Terra was dire. The warp storms in the solar segmentum prevented outside communication, even with neighboring Mars. Terra was alone. By the coming of the 28th millennium, old Earth was unrecognizable. The world boiled and burned as the malevolent warlords unleashed the worst of the weapons left over from the dark age of technology. Biological bombs and atomic warheads were used with wild abandon, no thought given to their devastating legacy. The great oceans dried up, leaving a much diminished Pacific as the last ocean on Terra. Empires and kingdoms would rise and fall as augmented kings and vivisector butchers vied for power. Religious zealotry, ignorance and superstition ran wild where once science had enlightened. Much of what occurred during this period is lost to posterity, either repressed by those who would rather forget the barbarity mankind is capable of, or
So,
destroyed
it's
to ensure
Sunday.
mankind would never learn about the truly insidious nature of the immaterium.
Sunday
Only
Funday.
fragments of history from this period have survived. The names of some of the techno-barbarian overlords are still known to us. Callaghan of Ursh, Cardinal Tang, and the infamous Nathan Doom of the Pan-Pacific Empire. For the names of such men to be remembered still, their reigns could only have been wretched indeed.
Just so I can
Sometime during the
unwind a little
29th
bit.
millennium, a new warlord arose.
But
an
the Apollo
immensely
Grey was
powerful
just
psyker
looking at
who
me
began to
over
challenge
and
the
over.
established demagogues. A golden armored demigod, surrounded by a handful of similarly armored giants, wielding spears, crackling with raw energy, each a handcrafted masterpiece of gene manipulation. Early on, in his ferocious campaign, this warlord, known to many as the Master of Lines for his deep knowledge and implementation of gene science, encountered the last member of an organization known as the Sigillites, deep within the Himalayan mountains. The Sigillites were an ancient order, collectors and protectors of artifacts of cultural significance and power, and it was here that the Master of Lines would first meet Malkador, the last of the Sigillite order. A powerful psyker himself, Malkador would convince the Master of Lines that the time was right to take on a new persona if he were to unite Terra under his banner. And so it was. The psyker, who was the Master of Lines, would come to be known as the Emperor of Mankind, a name chosen to project his intent and to draw the warring nations to his cause. The Emperor Malkador and Constantine Valdor, his chief custodian, and their many high-born minions would now set about conquering Terra in earnest. Deep in the fortress of Himalasia, the Emperor would begin construction of gene labs deep underground, using the knowledge he had gained on the planet of Molech during the dark age of technology. Although the exact details are lost to us, it is known that the Emperor entered the warp there and made a bargain with the Chaos Gods, a bargain he did not intend to honor.
Right,
over the
we're
coming
gonna work
centuries,
on the hands now.
this fortress would be expanded and transformed into what we now know as the Imperial Palace. Advanced terraforming techniques and atmospheric processing would allow baseline humans to move to the fastness of the palace, which would eventually encompass most of the continent and become home to the Vault, a prison for only the most dangerous of the Emperor's enemies. With each victory, the Emperor increased his knowledge and capacity to improve his gene-altered forces. Each new kernel of information would be keenly deployed. His armies grew in size and power. Recruiting and press-ganging conquered techno-barbarians. These barbarians would form the basis of his first genetically engineered formations, specialized detachments like the Geno 5-2 Chiliad. Soldiers augmented to the physical peak of humanity, led by an all-female officer cadre of psychers. One of the first regions to recognize the power of the Emperor was the Achaemenid Empire, a wealthy population of tribes that a single powerful monarch ruled. The Achaemenids quickly swore fealty to the Emperor, and thus prospered under his rule. This was a stroke of good fortune, as the dynasty was one of the few remaining places on Terra where humans had an uncontaminated genome, free from flaws and defects caused by radiation and viral weapons. The purity of the Achaemenids meant the Emperor was able to accelerate his genetic engineering program, a key facet of which was to return the base human genome to the purity it possessed before the Age of Strife. Slowly, the Emperor was able to build up the number of his custodian guard. Though each warrior was a perfect storm of violence, the resources needed to create even one of these warriors made them too valuable to use as simple soldiers. The Emperor was now also able to move forward with the next phase of his great work, the Thunder Warriors. No longer were the Emperor's forces merely improved humans. The Thunder Warriors, known in High Gothic as the Legiones Cataegis, were gene-enhanced to be significantly larger, faster, stronger, and more intelligent than a baseline human. Though not as powerful as a custodian, the Thunder Warriors could be produced in great numbers, and 20 legions were produced rapidly. There were still some imperfections in the gene editing process, however. Though the Thunder Warriors were indeed formidable, they were short-lived, prone to bursts of anger and rage, and would often give in to bloodlust. For now, that was an issue for another day. The bloodthirsty Thunder Warriors served their purpose with great relish. For now, that would suffice. One of the first engagements in which the Thunder Warriors participated was the Battle of Moorland Sen, later known as the Battle of the Red Frost, in the Nordic region of Terra. The Emperor's forces comprised of 30 custodians, several thousand Thunder Warriors, and 22 regiments of the newly formed Imperial Army. Despite this, they were outnumbered over 7-1. Regardless, the Emperor was able to offer the Witch King of Moorland Sen a crushing defeat, able to destroy the barbarian horde of genetically altered zealots, due largely to the rage of the Thunder Warriors. Under their Primarch Ushotan, the Thunder Warriors lost themselves to a murderous frenzy, a fact noted by an extremely concerned Valdor. With his Thunder Warrior legions, the Emperor was now capable of prosecuting his war even harder. In short order, the empires of Terra fell to the Thunder Warriors. Albion, Frank, Merica, the Adedeji, Germani, Aegyptus, Europa, and many others fell quickly under the heels of the Emperor's killers. Other regions, such as High Brazil and Albia, would take a combination of diplomacy and force to subdue. Albia fought desperately with a technologically advanced army that fought the Emperor's forces to a standstill. The Emperor called for a ceasefire and entered the Albion camp unarmed. He spoke to the gathered warlords and shared with them his vision of a united human race, dominating the very stars in the sky once again. The Albions accepted his peace and became his most zealous supporters. Meanwhile, High Brazil, a highly populated region of industrial hive cities, was offered the chance to remain semi-autonomous once their despotic ruler Dalmuth Kin had been removed. Their industrial output
is now
would be crucial for what
green
was to follow.
is what
As
it's
the 30th
green is what it's
millennium
supposed to be
reached its
green.
midpoint, only the strongest
Move a little
holdouts
bit like that.
remained. The Emperor
It's
and
green
his
exactly as I want it
gene-smiths
to be,
continued to work tirelessly, making breakthrough after breakthrough,
which is nice.
with each successive
The
victory.
legs are green, the armor is
Although the
green, what's
Thunder
supposed to be
Warriors
green,
had been a success on the
and
battlefield,
we're gonna let this
their
dry for a couple of
genocidal
minutes
tendencies led to too
while
much
we move on
collateral
to the next
damage,
one.
even among their own allies. The side effects of the chemical and bionic
Like I said,
augmentation
we're working
still led to
on
mental
the
instability
salamanders, and
and
these are from the
psychosis.
third company,
Something more was needed.
so they're gonna get a
Unbeknownst
lot
to
of
all
fucking
but his
range.
closest confidants, the Emperor had collected an enclave of the very brightest minds Terra had to offer. Amar Astarte, who would lend her name to the legions of the coming Great Crusade, Erda, a fellow perpetual, Ezekiel Sedane, who, among many other things, would develop the legendary Black Carapace. In secret, they had begun to apply the knowledge the Emperor stole on Molech to what became known as the Primarch Project. 20 sons, supreme beings in their own right, each with their own extraordinary gift. These sons would be his generals, his warlords, his peacekeepers, and his executioners. All would have their role to play in the promised imperium of mankind. The Chaos Gods, however, are not to be trifled with lightly. Erda, who would be the mother to these sons, did not share the Emperor's vision for their future. Manipulated by the gods, she opened a portal into the warp and cast the infant Primarchs into the void, scattering them across the galaxy. While the temporary loss of the Primarchs was a blow to the Emperor's plans, often there is opportunity in adversity. As early as the year 550 M30, work had begun on the primordial strain of the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines. Almost none of the early efforts were successful, and a vast number of aspirants were consumed. These new Astartes shared many of the same traits as the Thunder Warriors they were to replace, perhaps not quite as robust individually, but able to maintain discipline and work in units utilizing advanced tactics and maneuvers. Most importantly, they did not give in to their bloodlust and slaughter any unfortunate soul who happened to be within range. Initially, the new Astartes would fight alongside their Proto-Astarter brothers in a campaign against one of the
So,
few remaining holdouts, the kingdom of Urartu. The Emperor's forces pushed the techno-barbarians back to the base of Mount Ararat, and in the year 669 M30, they prepared for the final battle that would, at last, unify Terra. The Emperor, ever a pragmatist, saw his opportunity. In his vision of the future, there would be no place for the murderous Thunder Warriors. Initially, it was enough to stop replacing their losses. But here and now, at the final confrontation, he could see that would not be enough. The Thunder Warriors did what they did best. They advanced up the blood-soaked mountain and destroyed the enemies of their master, to whom they remained steadfastly
one
loyal.
leg green.
Battered and bloodied, the Thunder Warriors were slain
How
to
much
the last
green am I
man
seeing?
by the last of the barbarians, having done enough to ensure victory for the remaining forces. Arik Taranis, a renowned warrior, would raise the banner of lightning before at last succumbing to his wounds. At least, that's what the official records tell us. The truth is somewhat more gruesome. The Thunder Warriors did indeed subdue the enemy, and Arik Taranis raised their banner just as the history slates tell us. In their moment of triumph, as the Thunder Warriors celebrated the end of the wars and the creation of the Imperium of mankind, the gathered custodians and Astartes fell upon them. The Thunder Warriors, already battle-wearied and battered, stood little chance. The lethal custodians tore through what was left of them with ease, as the warriors of the First Astartes Legion laid down fire on any who tried to run. Though the Imperial records tell us that the Thunder Warriors perished entirely that day, that is simply not true. Several, including Arik Taranis, who would later be honored with the name Lightning Bearer, survived and escaped the massacre, although there were still several regions still not quite under Imperial control. It was enough. The Battle of Mount Ararat was the last large-scale battle seen in the unification of Terra.
No!
Mankind
Oh, well,
could now
that made
begin to
painting
think
easier.
about reaching out to the vestiges of the
Oh, that kind
interstellar
of sucks.
civilization and returning them to the fold. The first step would be to reunite Terra with nearby Luna. During the dark age of technology, Luna had become home to the Selena gene cults, experts in advanced genetic manipulation and gene crafting. The Astartes had been a resounding success, but to produce them in the quantities required to reclaim the galaxy was far beyond the capacity of the Emperor's existing facilities. Acquiring the expertise of the Selena gene weights would be pivotal to the next stage of the Emperor's vision. Given the obvious value of the lunar gene cults and their laboratories, the Emperor first attempted a diplomatic solution. Diplomats and ambassadors were sent to Luna,
As you're painting,
with the Selena
he lost his arms.
nascent Imperium. When their advances were rebuffed, they turned to outright threats. The Selena viewed the Emperor as just the latest in a long line of tyrants who had tried to subdue them. High Matriarch Heliosa 54, the High Priestess of the Selena, made their intentions clear. An ambassador was returned to Terra as little more than a puddle of fused flesh and metal, still alive and screaming. There could be only one outcome: war. So important was Luna to the Emperor's plans that 3 legions of valuable Astartes warriors would be dispatched, leaving the Imperial army to continue the final cleanup of Terra. Luna was heavily defended, so the 7th and 13th Legions would act as decoys, while a force of 16th Legion Space Marines landed unopposed. Once on Luna, the Astartes quickly disabled the orbital defenses, allowing the remaining legions to land safely. What followed was a massacre. The gene cultists were no match for the Astartes, and within 6 standard hours, the Selenar had surrendered. High Matriarch Heliosa pleaded with the Emperor to call off his wolves. There was still time for one final act of spite, however. Heliosa charged Talab Vita 37, a Selenar gene witch, with a final act of sabotage. The Magna Mater contained all the genetic secrets of the Selenar, as well as the purest known copy of the Primarch's genetic material, even purer than the material used by the Emperor to create the firstborn Astartes. Talab was to take the Magna Mater and keep it out of Imperial hands at all costs, a feat she would manage to perform successfully for over 200 years, although that's a story for another time. Heliosa wiped her own memory to protect the secret before handing control of Luna to the Emperor. Now the Emperor would, at last, be able to mass-produce a stable strain of Astartes. As a side note, many of the fledgling Astartes would take their gene seed from Lionel Johnson, the first of the Primarchs, as his gene seed was particularly stable. By 703 M30, the nascent Imperium was almost ready once again to conquer the solar system. But first, the reunited Terra would need to fully accept the Imperial truth. The Emperor saw a future in which mankind was once again given to logic and science over superstition and religion. No longer would zealots like the ethnarch of the Indonesic bloc, Cardinal Tang, spread their hate-filled sermons or continue their religious pogroms. Chaos would no longer find any foothold on Terra. Such was the strength of the imperial truth that his own people would rise up against Cardinal Tang, a man who sought to return Terra to a time before the enlightenment of science and technology, and imprison him in a notorious penal colony where he would meet a gruesome end. In the year 712 M30, the Emperor would enter the last church remaining on the face of Terra, disguised and naming himself only as Revelation. Uriah Olathere, the last priest of the Lightning Stone, welcomes him as he goes about his ministrations. The two would sit and converse, discussing the very nature of religion and its place in the human sphere of existence. Uriah regales the Emperor with the story of his youth, how, as a young soldier, he had found God on the battlefield, following a vision of a terrible golden giant. Somehow, Uriah had survived the battle against this so-called Emperor's Thunder Warriors and committed himself to the enlightenment of mankind through God. The Emperor reveals it had been him that day, that he had spared Uriah, and that now mankind must accept his imperial truth or face destruction. The wars were over. Mankind must be united to face the terrors of the galaxy. The Emperor presented Uriah with a choice as he led him outside to his gathered Astartes. Relinquish his faith or perish. How can you do this? Demanded Uriah. You say you stand for reason and the advancement of understanding, but here you are destroying a repository of knowledge. The Emperor looked down at him and said, "Some things are best left forgotten." The Astartes lit the church aflame. Uriah could not turn his back on his life's work, and though it saddened the Emperor to see it, he allowed the last priest his final wish to re-enter the blazing church and lay down his life. The ruins of the last church on Terra smoldered in the chill morning air as the Emperor turned away and said, "Come, we have a galaxy to conquer." The galaxy is a vast and mysterious place, teeming with a multitude of Xenos races beyond the familiar threats of the Orcs, Eldar, and Tyranids. These lesser-known species, though not as prominent, play crucial roles in the cosmic tapestry, each with unique characteristics and histories. Let's explore these enigmatic species in greater detail. Before we begin, a brief aside. If you enjoy this content, please hit like and subscribe.
I'm gonna try something.
Perhaps leave a comment with which minor Xenos races to
I'm gonna
include
try
in
something.
Part 2. The Crave, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of those who know of them. These psychically gifted mind-eaters are a plague upon human worlds, enslaving entire populations to feast upon them and strengthen their society. Their history is shrouded in mystery, their origins lost in the mists of time. But their impact on the galaxy is undeniable. The Crave are an ancient race, predating even the Eldar Empire. They have been a thorn in the side of humanity since the earliest days, feasting on mankind during the Age of Strife. These beings are divided into root minds, the actual Crave organisms and their slave organisms. The root minds tower over 3 meters tall and are capable of great psychic feats. They can enslave an entire world on their own, requiring an initial biological host to fully manifest. It is said they exist in both the materium and immaterium simultaneously. During the Great Crusade, humanity's first concerted effort to reclaim the stars under the Emperor of Mankind, the Crave were encountered and fought regularly. The World Eaters Legion, under the ferocious Primarch Angron, exterminated the Crave on Sirek 17, a world
Okay, let's
that
see
had
if we can
resisted
put the
previous attempts
arms
at
back
liberation.
on.
The Dark Angels waged
When it's
the
a little
Muslim
bit dry,
campaign
we'll
against them,
try to put the
and
arms back
Raven
on it.
Guard, under the leadership of
Until
their
then, we'll
Primarch,
just
Corvus Corax,
paint
faced
the
them in the
arms.
compliance of
Well, we have them in hand
Indrasul.
now anyway.
These encounters were brutal and showcased the Crave's formidable strength and psychic abilities. The Crave are not just warriors, they are also cunning and patient predators. They can consume a world over several centuries, carefully controlling their population to not overstretch their resources. This methodical approach to consumption and destruction makes them a persistent and insidious threat. Their technology is advanced, with their fleets consisting of various vessels, including nest webs and snare ships capable of warp travel. Their weaponry is equally formidable, with warp glamours capable of ripping apart even a space marine. The Extinction Carbine, a weapon known to tear apart enemies with a soul-wrenching storm, is a weapon to be feared. Despite their might, the Crave are not invincible. They have been pushed back and defeated in several notable encounters with the Imperium's forces. However, their resilience and ability to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies make them a significant threat, one that the Imperium must always be wary of. The Demiurge, once misidentified by both the Tau Empire and the Imperium as a minor Xenos race, are short, semi-humanoid beings that are actually a prospect of the Leagues of Votan. Known for their prowess in mining and trading, the Demiurge have carved out a niche for themselves in the complex tapestry of interstellar relations. The Demiurge are primarily spaceborne, living aboard their massive and majestic commerce vessels. They are a militarized resource-seeking expedition,
why did I not hear that one?
allied with the Tau Empire, from whom they have acquired a deep understanding of weapons technology. This alliance has been beneficial for both parties, with the Tau Empire utilizing the advanced technology in their armies and fleets, while the Demiurge Great Crusade is shrouded in mystery.
Hey, it worked.
The Demiurge maintained clandestine.
Now I swapped over to Melt because I wanted to try something, Harrow.
And their presence in the galaxy has only increased.
I am now also live on YouTube,
Imperial
Kick,
space unless invited,
and Twitch.
Sight
so I'm using a different streaming platform, and it's fucking muted blurb. But how are you doing? You missed at me snapping off an arm.
Perhaps as a response to the
Also, I snapped off an arm.
By the Tyranid hive fleets. Their society is organized into brotherhoods, with little known about their political structure or military weight.
2
such brotherhoods,
The same fucking things. And this one has been base coded.
Well, they prefer to live aboard their starships.
But we got a different view this time. Snapping off armatures. No,
such as those
it went
in
on
the
accident.
system. Technologically, the Demiurge are advanced, with their vessels performing a variety of tasks. The Stronghold-class vessels serve as factories and processing units, while the Bastion-class
I was like,
ships
might as well
are
paint the
configured
arm
for
before I
asteroid
put it back
mining.
on.
These ships are largely automated and use electromagnetic fields to scoop up interstellar hydrogen, creating a form of nuclear fusion-powered ramjet engine. Their technology also includes the Demiurge Survey Glass, a visual aid for mineral detection, and powerful energy drills used for intensive mining activities. The Demiurge's weaponry is often remodeled from technology developed for resource gathering and manufacturing. Examples include the Lass Beam Cutter, adapted from high-powered lasers used in asteroid mining, and automated mining machines reconfigured as attack craft against enemy ships. In battle,
make this time
the
bread and let the
Demiurge have
space
been
marine
known
carry it
to
or
fight
lay it next to the
alongside
marine.
imperial vessels.
No,
such
he's
as in the
gonna.
conflict
I'm gonna
against
put it
hive
back
fleets
on
of
him.
Jomungandr.
He will have
Their
it
role
back
in
on
these
his
battles,
uniform.
while not
I was
always
just
at the
like,
forefront,
might as well
is
fucking
nonetheless
paint it before I
significant.
put it back
The
on.
Demiurge, with their unique blend of technological prowess and resourcefulness, continue to navigate the perilous waters of galactic politics and warfare, maintaining their identity
you did give me an
and
idea, though.
independence in a galaxy where survival is never guaranteed. Ambles are native to the desert death world of Luther McIntyre 9. These subterranean Xenos creatures are an intimidating presence, known for their massive build, insect-like armored carapace, and oversized arms tipped with iron-hard claws. Ambles are not just fearsome predators, they are also deeply social beings, forming close-knit family units. Several adults tend to broods of 4 to 7
Let this
offspring,
dry
living in
now.
extensive underground tunnel networks that they
Before I slap it back on the
with their
fucker.
powerful claws. These tunnels, while appearing as safe havens, can be deadly traps for the unwary. Their life on Luther McIntyre 9 is harsh and unforgiving. The intense heat of the planet's sun forces many of its inhabitants, including the Ambles, to adopt a subterranean lifestyle. Emerging primarily at night to hunt, they are adept at stalking their prey, both above and below ground, using their tunnels to ambush and capture their victims with terrifying speed and ferocity. Despite being native to a death world, Ambles have been spread across the galaxy, often smuggled onto imperial worlds by those seeking to use them as attack
it's the same kind.
animals.
Fuck.
These attempts at domestication invariably end in disaster.
Yeah. What do you think of this position?
And rapidly breeding in environments
I was messing about with my setup yesterday.
As a result, they have become a common
and
dangerous presence on
I was like, I could do better. So I did this.
Aspects of the Anvil is its remarkable genetic stability. Despite being spread across diverse and often hostile environments, they show no sign of genetic drift or physical variance from their ancestral populations. This extreme adaptability has baffled xenobiologists, with some speculating that the Anvil may have been engineered to withstand the corrupting influence of chaos, though most attribute their resilience to the brutal
that's my goal as well, like that you guys see what I'm painting.
The Anvil's fearsome reputation is not just confined to the deserts of distant planets. They have been encountered in various environments, including the ice world of Simia Orichalkai, where they proved just as formidable in the frozen depths as in the sands of their native planet. Even the renowned Commissar Kane has faced these beasts and barely survived to tell the tale. The void whales traverse the blackness of space. Their colossal forms a rare and breathtaking sight, born in the currents of the immaterial.
I have autofocus on now as well,
nearly 12,000
which I normally absolutely hate.
Swim through the vacuum of real space, as well as the unpredictable tides of the warp. Their immense size is such that their bodies, both inside and out, become ecosystems unto themselves, hosting various other insidious creatures. One of the most
To be
notable
fair, this is base
encounters with the
coding, so
void
this is
whale
absolutely
occurred
fucking
in
boring to see.
1877 M41. A hideously mutated void whale emerged from the warp, presenting a threat of unimaginable
This
proportions.
is me just putting like the darkest
response,
green I
a
have
team of
on the fucking
space
figurines.
wolves, led by the formidable Wolf Lord Engir Krakendoom,
Hey, you leveled up.
embarked
Cool.
on a daring
Wait, why is
mission.
Botrick still here?
They boarded the void whale,
Fucking
fighting their way
weird.
through the vampiric bipedal creatures known as Remora that had made their home within the beast. Engir and his Astartes displayed courage and tenacity as they planted thermal charges deep within the creature's vital organs. In a dramatic escape, they vacated the void whale before it exploded, leaving behind the Perillian gas belt, a cosmic phenomenon born from the remains of the once mighty creature. The Jokairu are intelligent, orangutan-like aliens, created by the Old Ones during the war in heaven over 60 million Terran years ago. They are masters of technological construction and manipulation, specializing in the development of miniaturized weapons technology. The Jokairo's appearance is deceptive. Resembling the great apes of old Earth, they possess retractable fingers and toes.
Me and bots
And
do
their
that. We got
orange-furred bodies belie their extraordinary technological prowess. Despite lacking any
So how's your
known form
Sunday
of
been?
language, they demonstrate an innate and seemingly instinctual skill at crafting advanced technologies from even the most basic components. This ability is so profound that it surpasses the understanding of even the most advanced star-faring species of the galaxy. Their creations are not only functional, but also highly sought after across the Imperium. Jokairo digi-weapons, resembling large rings with the firepower of an Inferno pistol, are particularly prized. Their ability to miniaturize complex weapon systems is unparalleled, making them valuable assets to those who can gain their cooperation.
Doing anything special today?
The Jokairo live in large family groups, roaming the galaxy with survival as their sole objective. They often arrive on inhabited worlds to scavenge for technology or specific components they need. Despite their peaceful nature, they are known to band together for coordinated attacks to acquire desired objects, demonstrating their capability for complex and well-coordinated tactics. In recent times, more radical members of the Ordo Xenos have incorporated Jokairo into their retinues of acolytes. In the heat of battle, a Jokairo can modify and enhance the weapons and armor of an Inquisitor's retinue, often in ways that are both unexpected and inexplicably effective. These modifications, though sometimes merely aesthetic, can significantly increase a weapon's damage or improve its accuracy and rate of fire. The Jokairo's understanding of astrophysics is equally impressive. Their starships, open-structured lattices unlike any other species vessels,
my parents' place, spending time with them over the Christmas holidays and the opportunity to profess some more
These
model.
ships can move, maneuver, and even enter the warp by altering their shape
I'm
to
spending
draw
Christmas
upon this unseen
alone.
energy, much like Force weapons channel psychic
I don't know,
energy.
I don't know if anything's happening in the village. This is my first Christmas here in Sweden.
An enigma. It is unclear whether they are truly sentient or simply executing programmed tasks instinctually. Attempts to capture them for specific projects often fail, as the Jokairo are adept at creating inventions that allow them to escape confinement. The Leia, a non-humanoid reptilian Xenos species,
I know there's another Dutch person here.
In one of the most tragic sagas of the Great Crusade. Native to the oceanic world of Laeran, the Leia were a society dedicated to the pursuit of perfection, a trait that would ultimately lead to their downfall and the corruption of their conquerors, the Emperor's Children's Space Marine Legion. The Leia were a marvel of genetic and chemical engineering, each individual uniquely adapted from birth to fulfill a specific role in their society, be it as workers, soldiers, diplomats, or artists. This pursuit of
there's another
perfection
Dutch
mirrored that of the
girl
Emperor's children,
living
who
here.
also sought excellence in all things. However,
she and I
the
should
Leia's
still hang out
devotion
for coffee.
was not to the Emperor of Mankind, but to the Chaos god Slanesh. When
I
the
just
Emperor's
remembered,
children,
so I was like,
led
hey, I'm
by
gonna make some
Primarch
Dutch
Fulgrim,
kniepertjes.
discovered the Leia during the Great Crusade,
Gotta
they were
socialize
faced
a
with
bit
a
more.
dilemma.
So.
The Leia's advanced society and formidable military might pose a significant challenge. The Leia warriors,
Very antisocial
genetically
sometimes.
and chemically enhanced, were formidable in combat, wielding energy-firing gauntlets and energized blades with deadly efficiency. Their adaptations included aerial, land-based and aquatic forms, each perfectly suited to combat in their respective environments. Fulgrim, however, saw no room for negotiation or coexistence with the Xeno species. In his eyes, and in accordance with Imperial doctrine, only humanity was worthy of perfection.
Why didn't you bring your models over to your parents?
The notion of an alien race holding ideals comparable to those of mankind was not only unthinkable, but deserving of annihilation. Thus, he ordered an immediate attack on the Xenos world.
You've been doing some modeling work then.
A brutal and bloody campaign that would be known as the cleansing of Laeran.
But your duel is looking sick as fuck, by the way.
The Emperor's
really
children faced enemies adapted to every conceivable theater of war, from the depths of the oceans to the skies above. The Leia's advanced technology, including warships connected directly to their crews' minds, and warriors with enhanced physical abilities inflicted heavy casualties.
Can't wait till, I wonder about that myself.
Despite the odds, the Emperor's children emerged victorious.
Drive back,
high,
get your shit.
In terms of lives lost and the seeds of corruption sown. The Leia's dedication to She Who Thirsts had tainted their world and everything on it. Unbeknownst to the Emperor's children, their exposure to the Leia's corruption during the campaign marked the beginning of their downfall. The once noble Third Legion and its Primarch would eventually succumb to the temptations of the warp, turning against the Emperor and becoming one of the most vile
I'm curious about it myself. Just keep the Discord up to date, dude. Just
in the aftermath, Laeran was left a lifeless husk, its advanced civilization and its people wiped out. The Emperor's children, once paragons of virtue and excellence, were now on a path to damnation.
Have you seen what Major's painting?
Intertwined with the tragic story of the Leia. The Brood lurk as one of the most enigmatic and dangerous Xeno species mankind has thus far had the misfortune to encounter. These subterranean dwellers, shrouded in mystery and darkness, possess a unique and terrifying ability, likely warp-based, to dramatically accelerate the aging of living beings or the decay of objects within their vicinity. This entropic power makes them a formidable and feared.
Yeah, that's Lionel Johnson. That's from the first
appearance has been a subject of debate
from the Dark Angels.
As two distinct forms have been identified.
One of the few Primarchs still alive. That is known. I just realized this isn't primed fully.
Rodent-like creature, swathed in rags.
That kind of sucks.
Its face obscured and tail rat-like. The second, a bizarre, vaguely.
So Primarchs are like the bosses of that chapter. In my case, mine is Vulkan.
Regardless of their form,
the Dark Angels is Lionel Johnson. Ultramarines is
tunnel dwellers, infesting places rather than inhabiting them.
Also still alive.
Bodies, which liquefy rapidly upon
and
death,
what I've known about it so far, only Lionel Johnson, Gilliman, and I think potentially Vulkan is still alive from the Imperial Man.
31st millennium, when Adeptus Mechanicus explorators ignored Eldar warnings and ventured into their space. This encounter quickly turned hostile, leading to the classification of the Rood as a dangerous Xeno species. The Iron Warriors Legion undertook a xenocidal war against their warrens on Gugan.
And we only know about L. Johnson because of the latest Video Man trailer,
and continued to pose a threat to
that
the
he's still alive.
Various encounters, including a massive migration that destroyed the Star Phantom's chapter's homeworld of Harkonneth. The Hrud are meticulous record keepers, compiling vast libraries of data. Their society is centered around a pantheon of gods known as the Slahai, with their chief deity being Ka, He who lingers. According to Hrud mythology, Ka was destroyed by the chaos god
No.
Slanesh,
So you
with his
just
essence splintered
I
into
don't
the
know.
enigmatic alien
Can you
race
hear this
of
Spotify?
shadowy spheres called the Umbra. In
What I
terms
have
of
on right now?
technology,
Can you hear that?
the Hrud often scavenge from other races, particularly the Imperium of Man. They have developed their own weaponry, such as the Hrud
Yep. Well,
Fusil,
then you're listening into
a
law.
powerful rifle based on warp plasma technology that draws raw energy from the Immaterium. In the shadowy underbelly of the Calixis
I've been
sector,
listening to law every
particularly
single stream.
within the crowded warrens of its hive cities, lurks a xenospecies so insidious and terrifying that their very existence sends shivers down the spines of even the most hardened inquisitors. These beings, known as the simulacra, possess the chilling ability to shapeshift.
All right, let's try this
Power
again.
that allows them to infiltrate all strata of human society, from the lowest hives to the highest echelons of power. The simulacra are humanoid in appearance, with featureless faces, no body hair, and skin so pale it is almost translucent. However, their true horror lies in their method of mimicry. To assume the identity of another, a simulacrum must consume the brain of its victim. This macabre act allows the creature not only to adopt the victim's appearance and voice, but also to access their memories and skills. This terrifying ability, however, has a time limit. As the brain is digested over approximately 4 weeks, the simulacrum's ability to maintain its assumed form and skills gradually degrades. These Xenos beings are strategic in their hunt, often targeting individuals with useful skills or high status. Their ultimate goal remains as yet unknown, but the implications are dire. A simulacrum, ascending to a position of power within a hive, could wreak untold havoc, potentially even bringing others of its kind to aid in a silent takeover. The simulacra's existence seems confined to the Calixis sector, specifically the Malfian subsector with its dense concentration of hive worlds. The Ordo Xenos, ever vigilant, is desperately seeking the homeworld of the simulacra, if such a place exists, to eradicate
I've been
this threat.
yesterday,
However,
last
there have
night
been
while I was in
disturbing
bed,
reports of
I was
similar beings in worlds
looking up
outside
3D
the
printers.
Malfian subsector, raising fears
Like,
that
what
this
is a
threat
good
might
one
not be as contained
to
as
start
once
printing?
believed. Inquisitorial encounters with the simulacra have been fraught with danger and deception. In one notable instance,
I don't know which one is a
Inquisitor
good one.
Joshua Stark, then only an
Like,
acolyte,
there's different kinds of
helped
3D printers
dismantle a
apparently. Like, there's
smuggling ring on the
resin
world of
printers,
Siren's Den, where the
fucking filament
simulacra were
printers.
being used as playthings for the
I got
corrupt
no clue
and decadent. The Terrellians,
what to look at.
also known as dog soldiers, are a lesser known but
I do know one
intriguing
thing. I'm buying it secondhand.
xenospecies.
All right, this is one.
These
Also based.
reptilian beings, often
We got one
employed
left.
as mercenaries, have a most tragic history marked by conflict and survival. The Terrellians once boasted their own
It's got the
stellar
same fucking
empire,
hands.
the Terrellian civilization, located to the galactic north of the Ghoul stars and
Maybe I should
forward
also
of the
post my
Kiltor
fucking
sector.
YouTube.
However, their fate took a dark turn during the Great Crusade in the late 30th millennium, when the Imperium of Man virus bombed several of their worlds.
Also live here.
This brutal act of destruction left a deep-seated grudge in the Terrellians against humanity, a hatred that persists even 10 millennia later.
I'm also live on YouTube.
Physically, Terrellians are bipedal,
A little bit more green.
narrow-waisted and broad-shouldered, standing shorter than most humans. Their long canine-like faces and teeth earned them the moniker of dog soldiers.
It's shading.
They communicate in a language of growls, snarls, and barks,
Nicer
and are known
shade,
for
so
their
we're gonna try this
honor-obsessed
shade out.
culture, undertaking long
Found a different
rituals of
shade
oath
I want to
and
try out.
respect. Any perceived disrespect or interruption of these ceremonies can quickly turn them violent.
Oh, this has a different face.
In recent times, the Terrellians have found themselves serving as mercenaries for the Tau Empire. Their skills as warriors are valued, and some have embraced the philosophy of the greater good. This alliance has given the Terrellians a new purpose and a chance to rebuild their lives away from their devastated homeworlds. However, the Tyrellians' struggle for survival took another grim turn around 99 M41 when Hive Fleet Moloch, a tyrannid swarm, devoured the Kiltor sector and swept through the Ghoul stars.
Is it a different piece? Yeah,
This
that's got a
catastrophic
normal
event likely led to the destruction of the remaining Tyrellian civilization, leaving only those dog soldiers operating as mercenaries away from their home territories as survivors. Despite their tragic history, the Tyrellians have shown resilience and adaptability. They have fought alongside various factions, including the Alpha Legion Sons of the Hydra, against the Ultramarine successor chapters. Their diverse combat styles and shared hatred of humanity made them formidable allies in these conflicts. The Strixis have carved out a unique and shadowy niche within the galaxy. These nomadic Xenos traders, often considered untrustworthy by those who encounter them,
this one has a different
roam
face.
the Coronis expanse in their ramshackle fleets, dealing in everything from mundane trinkets to forbidden lore and dark secrets. The Strixis are a truly bizarre and hideous sight to behold, often described as resembling human-sized skinned dog embryos. They are gangling creatures with multi-eyed faces and bony talons, typically swathed in ragged bone-colored cloth, adorned with various trinkets. Their appearance is matched by their inscrutable nature. They are a species without apparent gender differences or visible young, leading many to wonder about their methods of reproduction, a topic they avoid discussing. Their society is as enigmatic as their appearance, governed by no discernible laws or structures that humans can comprehend. The Strixis are driven by individual avarice and petty intrigues. They are known for their double-dealing nature, engaging in piracy, slavery, and
you live
trade
close
with
by to your
equal
parents, or
enthusiasm. Their caravans,
you gotta
a
travel a
motley
long way?
collection of barely space-worthy ships, are home to not just the Strixis, but also a variety of slaves, mercenaries, and genetically engineered servants. Despite their reputation for treachery, the Strixis are sought after by many, including rogue traders, for the wealth of information
And you've been thinking,
and rare
and have you been
items they
thinking about
possess.
what you're gonna do after
Their
duel?
knowledge of the Coronis expanse
Which
is
model is
extensive,
next?
and they are known to trade valuable secrets for the right price. However, dealing with them is a risky endeavor, as they are known to weave lies and truths inextricably together, making it difficult to discern fact from fiction. One of the most peculiar aspects of Strix's culture is their deep-seated hatred for the Eldari, a sentiment that is reciprocated. The origins of this animosity are unknown, and neither race is forthcoming with an explanation. In terms of technology, the Strixis are scavengers and hoarders, possessing a wealth of technology bartered or stolen from countless races. Their ships, though ramshackle, are protected by powerful force fields and are capable of projecting ethereal beams of ghost energy. They are also noted flesh crafters, creating various biological constructs for trade or their own use. The Strixis' dealings in slavery are particularly notorious. They view slaves as just another commodity, trading them without a second thought for their well-being. Their slave pens, while crowded, are maintained with a cold efficiency, as a dead slave is seen as a loss of profit. Our exploration has only just begun. In our upcoming discussions, we will venture further into the lesser-trodden paths of this universe, shedding light on more of these obscure and fascinating Xenos species. During the Great Crusade, the misunderstood Blood Angels Legion would find its true identity and purpose on the storm-racked world of Tegar Pentarus. Under the charismatic leadership of their Primarch, Sanguinius, the Blood Angels would undergo a profound metamorphosis, shedding their dubious reputation as little more than monsters to emerge as a united and redoubtable force. The pacification of Tegar was not just a military campaign, it was the crucible in which the Blood Angels were truly forged. Before the campaign, the Blood Angels were often referred to as the Revenant Legion, a name that encapsulated the mistrust and skepticism they faced within the Imperium. This was a time when the Emperor's Great Crusade was in full swing, aiming to bring all of humanity under a single unified banner. The Lunar Wolves, another Space Marine legion led by Horus, were initially slated to join the Blood Angels in this campaign. The Lunar Wolves were one of the most trusted legions, and their inclusion seemed to serve as a counterbalance to the Blood Angels, whose reputation was somewhat less chivalrous. The target of the campaign was Tegar Pentarus, a world that had yet to be brought into compliance with the Emperor's vision.
But now
was inhabited by abhuman hordes and various bestial thralls, making it a challenging battleground even for the genetically enhanced Space Marines. The campaign was not just a military operation. It was also a test for the Blood Angels to prove their worth and for Sanguinius to establish his leadership. The arrival of Sanguinius and his entourage at Tegar Pentarus was a momentous occasion. Accompanying him were Captains Abaddon and Tarik Torgadon of the Lunar Wolves, both seasoned warriors and trusted lieutenants of Horus. The atmosphere was tense, filled with both anticipation and uncertainty. The Blood Angels were about to meet their Primarch, the Gene Father whose DNA had been used to create them, and the weight of the moment was palpable. Sanguinius, however, defied all expectations from the moment he set foot on the planet. Instead of taking on the role of a distant authoritarian figure, he chose to engage directly with his warriors. In an unprecedented move, he took the time to learn the names of each and every Blood Angel present. This was not a mere formality, but a deeply symbolic act. In a society where individual identities often get subsumed under the greater collective, especially within the rigid hierarchy of the Space Marine legions, Sanguinius' gesture was revolutionary. It signaled a different kind of leadership, one rooted in mutual respect and individual recognition. The Primarch's actions had an immediate and profound impact. The atmosphere shifted from one of tension to one of unity and shared purpose. The Blood Angels, many of whom had faced prejudice and mistrust, felt seen and acknowledged by their Primarch. This initial interaction set the tone for Sanguinius's relationship with his legion, establishing a bond of trust and loyalty that would be crucial in the battles to come. In the chronicles of the Imperium, leadership often takes on a hierarchical and authoritarian form. Leaders are to be obeyed without question, and loyalty is often a one-way street, flowing from the subordinates to their superiors. However, Sanguinius shattered this traditional model during the pacification of Tegar Pentarus, introducing a new paradigm of leadership that would leave an indelible mark on the Blood Angels and the broader Imperium. After learning the names of his warriors, Sanguinius gathered them for a speech, but this was no ordinary rallying cry or strategic briefing. Instead, Sanguinius did something almost unthinkable. He swore an oath to his legion. This was a complete reversal of the usual practice, where the warriors would swear fealty to their leader. By pledging his loyalty to them, Sanguinius was not just making a symbolic gesture. He was fundamentally altering the dynamics of power and authority within the legion. The Primarch's words were carefully chosen. He expressed his hope that he could live up to the immense responsibility of leading such a group of warriors. He acknowledged the weight of the task ahead, stating that he would stand by them through both glory and damnation. This was not just a promise of victory, but an acknowledgement of the shared risks and sacrifices that lay ahead. The impact of this speech was immediate and profound. The Blood Angels, who had been a scattered and mistrusted force, found a new sense of unity and purpose. They pledged their loyalty to Sanguinius, not out of obligation but out of genuine respect and admiration. This moment was a turning point, transforming the Blood Angels from a broken legion into a cohesive and formidable fighting force. Sanguinius's approach to leadership had several long-lasting implications. It fostered a culture of mutual respect within the Blood Angels, making them one of the most tightly knit legions in the Imperium. It also set a precedent for other leaders, challenging the established norms and encouraging a more empathetic and collaborative form of leadership. While the Imperium is often characterized by brutality and authoritarianism,
Yeah.
Sanguinius
And it's done as well with the priming.
A leadership style rooted in humility.
What I'm now going to do is something. I'm trying out a different shade. I'm using
the actual military campaign
Citadel
on Tegar
Earth
Pentarus
shade,
was a
the
brutal
aggro
affair.
shade.
The Blood Angels were pitted
I'm
against
curious how it
terrifying
looks
foes,
on the
including
miniature.
Human hordes and various techno-slaves roaming the planet. These were not just enemies to be
Best part
vanquished,
about the
but
shades
challenges
is
that tested the mettle of the Blood Angels and their newly sworn Primarch. Sanguinius led from the front, embodying the ideals of courage and valor.
So we'll
One
do
of the
that.
most iconic moments of the campaign was when he slew a fearsome Carnarvon, a beast known for its ferocity and lethal prowess. This was not just a feat of martial skill, but a symbolic act that resonated deeply with his warriors. The pelt of the slain Carnarvon was fashioned into a ceremonial war cloak for Sanguinius, serving as a lasting memento of the campaign and a symbol of the Blood Angels' courage and skill. But the campaign was not just about individual acts of heroism. It was a collective effort that required strategy, coordination, and teamwork. The Blood Angels had to adapt to the harsh conditions of Tegar, navigate its treacherous terrain, and outwit an enemy that was native to the planet. They employed a range of tactics, from frontal assaults to guerrilla warfare, adapting their approach as the situation demanded. The campaign culminated in a decisive victory for the Blood Angels, but it was a victory earned through blood, sweat, and sacrifice. Many warriors fell, and the Legion as a whole was tested to its limits. However, the trials of the campaign also forged them into a more cohesive and effective fighting force. They proved not just to the Imperium, but to themselves that they were capable of great deeds, fully justifying the faith that Sanguinius had placed in them. The pacification of Tegar was more than just a military victory. It was a defining moment that would shape the future of the Blood Angels and leave an indelible mark on their collective identity. The campaign concluded with a bold and unexpected decision by Sanguinius. The Blood Angels would now complete the campaign without the aid of the Lunar Wolves. This was a significant departure from the original plan, which had envisioned a joint operation between the two legions. Sanguinius's decision was not made lightly. It was a calculated risk, but also a statement of intent. By choosing to go it alone, the Blood Angels were asserting their independence and demonstrating their capability as a stand-alone fighting force. This was a crucial step in dispelling the lingering doubts and skepticism that had plagued the Legion since its inception. No longer would they be seen as the Revenant Legion, a force to be distrusted and kept at arm's length. From this point on, they were the Blood Angels, a legion united under the leadership of their charismatic Primarch and fully capable of carrying out the Emperor's will.
So what we're doing now is we're putting some shading
effect on the Blood Angels as a fighting force.
For the first base
trials
code.
and tribulations they faced on Tegar Pentarus
So I don't have the shading that I want
into a more
to
cohesive
use
and
yet.
effective unit.
So we're
The
using a
strategies
little
they
bit
employed,
different
the
shade.
tactics they developed, and the lessons they learned would all become integral parts of their martial doctrine. They emerged from the campaign not just as victors, but as a legion reborn. Their identity and purpose crystallized. On Tegar, the Blood Angels were truly born. But perhaps the most enduring legacy of the campaign was the relationship that was forged between Sanguinius and his warriors. The mutual respect and loyalty that had been established at the outset were deepened through the shared experiences of battle. The Blood Angels came to see their Primarch not just as a leader, but as a father figure, someone who understood them, valued them, and was willing to stand by them through thick and thin. This bond would become a defining feature of the Blood Angels, setting them apart from other legions and serving as a source of strength in the many challenges they would face in the future.
Back
The
left.
dire circumstances of the Imperium of Man in the 41st millennium, marked by relentless wars and the encroaching darkness of its numerous enemies, necessitated extraordinary measures to preserve humanity's dominion across the galaxy. Amidst the turmoil, the return of Primarch Robute Guilliman, the Avenging Sun, brought new hope to the battle-scarred Imperium.
This is the last one, so that's still drying.
In the 31st millennium, Guilliman recognized the need for a new caliber of warriors to confront increasingly formidable foes. Consulting the vast repositories of forbidden knowledge and leveraging his own unparalleled martial and administrative acumen, he envisioned the next evolution of the Adeptus Astartes. This vision led to the creation of the Primaris Marines, superior in every way to their predecessors, equipped with enhanced genetic augments and state-of-the-art weaponry. What then would become of the firstborn Marines, those who had fought and bled for the Imperium for the past 10,000 years? The decision was made to attempt to uplift the current ranks of Space Marines to this new standard of excellence. To bridge this gap, Guilliman collaborated with Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call, who had been laboring in secret for millennia under the Primarch's own pre-heresy directive. Using the advanced sciences of genetics and cybernetics, Call developed the means to enhance existing Marines, thus conceptualizing the perilous procedure known as the Rubicon Primaris. This procedure was named after the mythic river Rubicon on ancient Terra, symbolizing a point of no return, much like the decisive and irreversible step each Space Marine would take upon undergoing this transformation.
After this, we're taking a small break.
The procedure was not without risk. Call's projections, based on the available data, suggested that only 61% of subjects would survive the process until it was perfected. The loss of even a single Marine and their centuries of experience in warfare was considered a terrible blow to the Imperium, but the rewards were worth the risk. The Rubicon Primaris procedure embodies a multi-stage process that combines advanced biotechnology, surgical precision, and a high tolerance for risk. Each stage is meticulously designed to integrate seamlessly into the next, although the inherent dangers present at each phase make the entire process fraught with peril. The journey across the Rubicon begins with genetic re-engineering. Space Marines already possess gene seed, the genetic material derived from the Primarchs themselves. For the Rubicon Primaris, this existing genetic structure is enhanced with new sequences developed by Belisarius Call. This includes the addition of 3 critical new organs. 1. The Belisarius Furnace. This organ enhances a Marine's ability to survive catastrophic injuries through rapid cellular regeneration and temporary shutdown of major bodily functions to preserve life during extreme
That's one drawing.
2. The sinew coils.
Oh, that's already drying.
Bionic fibers that wrap around a Marine's muscles, significantly increasing their strength and durability beyond even the extraordinary levels of traditional Adeptus Astartes. 3. The Magnificat. Nestled in the brain, this organ acts as a booster to the Marines' already formidable neural processing, increasing their tactical acumen and reaction times. This surgical enhancement phase is perhaps the most harrowing. In it, the Space Marine's body is surgically opened and the new organs are integrated. This surgery is physically invasive and genetically complex, as the new Primaris organs must be perfectly synchronized with the existing ones. The Space Marine's body is put under immense stress as its physiology is altered and reconfigured. The surgical process requires the most advanced medical and technological facilities, often taking place in stasis chambers where time itself can be manipulated to aid the healing process.
Okay, and
Once
everything's
the
got a
surgical enhancements
shade
are
now.
complete, the Marine is technically dead. Their bodily functions have ceased, and their heart has stopped. The resurrection protocol involves precise biochemical and electrical stimuli
We'll
to
be
restart
back
their
in
heart
a few
and
moments,
integrate the new organs fully into the Marine's body
where
system.
we will continue
This
then
stage is
with
precarious.
second layer
The
on
timing
this
and
guy,
balance of
at
stimuli
least,
must be
and the
exact to
captain.
prevent organ rejection or
They'll be
catastrophic
dried up
system
then.
failure. Surviving the Rubicon Primaris is only the first part of the
Yeah.
battle. Post-procedure, the Space
So we'll be
Marine
doing
must
that.
undergo a rigorous recovery
So
process.
stay tuned.
Their body must not only heal, but also recalibrate to its new capabilities. This involves both physical conditioning to adapt to their enhanced strength and reflexes, and mental training to harness the improved neural processes provided by the Magnificat. During this period, many Marines report experiencing intense pain, sensory overload, and a period of relearning even basic movements under their new enhancements. One issue remained, convincing the firstborn Marines to undergo the process and cross the Rubicon. Many within the legions were unwilling to accept the new Primaris Marines. Others displayed hostility towards them. On more than one occasion, only the intervention of the Emperor's custodians prevented violence. It quickly became apparent that it would take something extraordinary to convince the original Astartes to take a leap of faith and become Primaris Marines. As tensions mounted and the rift between the firstborn and the new Primaris Marines threatened to destabilize the already precarious unity within the Adeptus Astartes, Marneus Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines, watched with the leader's discerning eye. The divide was not just about tradition versus progress. It was a question of identity, heritage, and the future direction of the Space Marines. The Ultramarines, known for their adherence to the Codex Astartes and their role as exemplars within the Imperium, found themselves at the heart of this storm. The need for a unifying figure became increasingly evident, someone who could bridge the gap between the old and the new, a beacon of the Ultramarines' values and the embodiment of their adaptability. Calgar saw in this division not just a challenge, but a profound responsibility. He recognized that mere words would not be enough to heal the divisions or quell the skepticism and hostility towards the Primaris Marines. It required a gesture that would resonate on both a symbolic and practical level. By volunteering to undergo the Rubicon Primaris, Calgar aimed to become a living symbol of unity. He intended to show that the essence of what it meant to be a Space Marine was not lost, but enhanced by the Primaris transformation. His decision was a powerful statement that the future of the Space Marines required embracing these new enhancements to face the galaxy's ever-growing threats. Calgar understood that his actions could speak louder than any decree. By subjecting himself to the same risks that any Marine would face undergoing the Rubicon Primaris, he demonstrated immense personal courage and faith in the process. This act was a powerful affirmation of his belief in the necessity of the transformation, not just for himself, but for all Space Marines. As a leader, Calgar recognized the practical benefits of the enhanced capabilities that came with becoming a Primaris Marine. His new strength, resilience, and strategic acumen would enable him to lead more effectively, particularly in an era where warfare had escalated in scale and intensity. His transformation was as much about enhancing his combat effectiveness as it was about inspiring his brothers. Calgar's decision was a direct challenge to those who doubted the Primaris Marine's place within the Adeptus Astartes. By transforming himself, he hoped to soften hearts and open minds among the firstborn Marines. His hope was that seeing their respected chapter master embrace this change would encourage others to follow suit. On a more personal level, Marneus Calgar saw the Rubicon Primaris as the ultimate test of his own limits and capabilities. Throughout his illustrious career, he had faced countless enemies and overcome myriad trials. This procedure was another battlefield for him, one that he approached with the same strategic mind and warrior spirit that he had always brought to combat. Calgar's successful transformation marked a turning point in the acceptance of Primaris Marines across the Adeptus Astartes. Seeing the revered chapter master of the Ultramarines reborn in this new form sent ripples throughout the Imperium. His enhanced presence on the battlefield, combined with his unwavering leadership, helped to quell much of the dissent and uncertainty that had plagued the ranks of the Space Marines. His example showed that the Rubicon Primaris was not a loss of what had come before, but an evolution, a necessary step to ensure that the Space Marines could continue to fulfill their duty to protect humanity. As more Marines followed in his footsteps, the unity within the chapters began to heal, setting a new course for the future of the Adeptus Astartes. His choice at that critical moment was a beacon that lit the path for all Space Marines, guiding them into a new era with hope and resolve. The Age of Strife was a dark and tumultuous period in mankind's history, lasting nearly 5 millennia from the 25th to the 30th millennium. During this time, Terra was engulfed in anarchy, which was marked by devastating wars and rampant technological regression. However, a beacon of hope emerged from the ashes in the form of the Emperor of Mankind. The Emperor, a being of extraordinary psychic power and unmatched wisdom, had remained hidden throughout much of human history. However, seeing his species on the brink of destruction, he revealed himself towards the end of the Age of Strife. The Emperor began his quest to reunite humanity by subjugating the warlords and techno-barbarian tribes that ruled Terra. Thus, for the first time in thousands of years, the war-torn planet was brought under a single unified government. Yet the Emperor's vision extended far beyond Terra. With Terra unified, he began to set his sights on the stars. The Emperor initiated the Great Crusade, a series of campaigns intended to bring all of human-settled space under the control of a unified stellar empire, an entity he termed the Imperium of Man. In this endeavor, he created 20 superhuman individuals known as the Primarchs, as well as their legions of genetically engineered warriors, the Adeptus Astartes, or Space Marines, who would serve as his generals and shock troops in the wars to come. Thus began the Emperor's Great Crusade, a grand and audacious venture of interstellar conquest that would span more than 2 centuries. As the Imperial expeditionary fleets ventured forth into the galaxy, they encountered various xeno-species, the most dangerous of which was a brutal and warlike species known as the Orcs. The Greenskins, as they were often called due to their distinct green skin, proved to be a formidable menace. The Orcs were an incredibly prolific and aggressive species that thrived in the harsh realities of the galaxy. They were belligerent, hardy, and in many ways the antithesis of the Emperor's vision for a unified, peaceful galaxy. They posed a significant challenge to the advance of the Great Crusade, proving to be a persistent and lethal enemy that the nascent Imperium had to overcome. As the Great Crusade expanded further into the galaxy, Imperial expeditionary fleets ventured deeper into the territories controlled by the Orcs. These expansion efforts eventually led them to the Talon Reach, an area of space home to an expansive Orc empire, the heart of which was the scrap world of Goro. Goro was unlike any other world the Imperium had encountered, dominated by the Orc tech caste known as the Mech Boys. The planet was fashioned into a vast workshop and factory complex where countless Orcs were dedicated to creating, modifying, and improving their war machines. The mech boys of Goro displayed a particular fascination with a specific form of plasma technology, which the Imperium had not encountered before, nor would they ever encounter again. It was a testament to the Orcs' paradoxical combination of primitive brutality and advanced technological prowess that this unorthodox plasma technology demonstrated destructive yields of a terrifying magnitude, often capable of decimating entire Imperial units with a single blast. It was clear that this potent form of weaponry posed a serious threat to the Great Crusade's efforts to subjugate the Talon Reach. The threat was so severe that the Emperor himself decreed that Goro must be destroyed, leading to the monumental assault on the scrap world, known as the Goro Hollowing. The fleet assembled for the assault on Goro was a formidable force. Over 1,000 warships representing the might and power of the Imperium emerged from the warp above Goro. On board these ships were tens of thousands of assault craft, poised to execute the Emperor's directive. At the forefront of this enormous armada was Horus and his lunar wolves. They had answered the Emperor's call, and the vengeful spirit would lead the assault. The task ahead of them was daunting. Goro, with its dense layers of scrap metal and powerful plasma defenses, was highly resistant to traditional methods of orbital bombardment. This challenge led to the strategic decision to hollow out Goro from within, a risky and daring plan that required deploying Space Marines directly into the heart of enemy territory. The Orcs pressed the Imperial fleet hard, their mech-boy-inspired flotilla proving to be far more accurate than any Orc ships the Imperium had encountered thus far. Imperial losses were heavy, and the vengeful spirit received heavy damage. The Imperials were losing to the Orcs of Goro. Sejanus and the rest of the Mournival expressed their concerns to Horus, who grinned as though savoring the moment. As Sejanus bemoaned the lack of enough firepower to smash through the Orc lines, a fleet translated from the warp. Amber light spilled out of the void as the Imperator Somnium and its host of warships beset the Orc flotilla. The Orcs turned to face this new threat, and Horus, as was always the plan, gave the order for the Lunar Wolves fleet to reform and attack. The Orcs stood little chance. In short order, the battle was over. The Emperor and 300 of his custodes joined Horus on the vengeful spirit and prepared to invade Goro. The Emperor and Horus would take the vanguard position in the assault. Using teleportation technology, they were deployed beneath the planet's surface into the scrap layers. They were accompanied by a guard composed of Justeran Terminators from the Lunar Wolves' First Company and the golden-clad warriors accompanying the Emperor, forming a formidable force intended to penetrate Goro's defenses. As the Space Marines advanced into the bowels of Goro, they were met with overwhelming Orc resistance. These Orcs were no ordinary greenskins, but hulking beasts augmented with scavenged bionics, some of which stood taller than the Astartes dreadnoughts. The scavenged weaponry was potent enough to burn through Astartes' power armor easily, demonstrating the scale of the challenge that the Imperial forces had to overcome. Due to the damage taken during the space battle, the gravitational field holding Goro together began to fail. In the midst of a warband of Orcs, the Emperor himself was separated from his guards as the planetoid shifted. Despite being alone, he continued to cut down hundreds of Orcs. Horus did not hesitate. He plunged into the vast hole in search of his father, his Primarch physiology saving his life as their guardians died around him. The Emperor fought his way to a vast spherical chamber, the heart of Goro. Strange gravitic forces assaulted his senses. There was no up, no down. At its center lay a vast ball of colossal plasma energy, at least 1,000 meters across. As Horus approached the chamber, he could make out the Emperor embroiled in a battle he could not win. The Emperor fought a howling mob of Primarch-sized Orcs. Their leader was a mechanized warlord, a giant of an Orc. clad in a tusked iron helmet and 6 weaponized limbs bolted onto his armor. Already wounded from his fall through the scrap levels of Goro and battling mega-orcs, the Emperor was pushed back by the warlord. Rotor cannons and lightning claws ripped the Emperor's armor to shreds, at last creating an opening. The orc grabbed him with a gigantic green fist and began to crush the very life out of him. However, help was not far off. Horus, ever the loyal and dutiful son, stormed through the battlefield, cutting off the orc leader's arms with a single blow and
We're
Deep
back.
within the heart of the fortress monastery,
Oh.
nestled beneath vaulted
We're
stone
back.
arches warmed by the
Alright,
glow of war-mounted
so last we
bronze,
left off,
a
let's
solitary figure hunched over an ancient oak desk.
a little bit like that.
The room
So,
was filled with the rich scent
I'm gonna
of
try
old
something.
paper and leather-bound
Not this
tomes, mixed with the sharp
I'm gonna try
metallic
something.
and there was
And
a
I'm
low,
excited
steady
for this.
crackling from the
This
hearth.
is very,
The
very
room,
silly.
almost too large for the grate,
This is a
was
marine
burned
that's
with
already
friendly
been
warmth.
in
The
a couple of
librarian was a
2
careful
coats, I
man,
think,
kind
and
deep-set
it's already
eye,
got his eyes
and he
painted
moved
as
with the
well.
unhurried precision of someone
So
who
we're
had
gonna
spent many
get
years
some
among books.
Guardian Green,
Before him were spread scrolls and
pick it up.
tablets, some of them no more than brittle fragments.
These paints luckily don't
others
need
as
a lot of
solid and
shaking
permanent-looking
because they got
as stone.
balls in them.
A stack
Balls.
of parchments leaned precariously by his elbow,
Make it
waiting their
wet.
turn as he carefully dipped his quill and scratched out words upon a fresh page. His task, after all, was no small one. Faint sounds could be heard echoing through the great halls of the fortress.
We're gonna
A clang of hammers
dip the
from
sponge in it.
hinges, distant voices raised in song
Yeah.
or chant. The librarian, lost in thought, scarcely noticed, for he was wholly absorbed in
God.
his duty. He had been entrusted with the most solemn and treasured task of his order, to capture the history of the Salamanders chapter, to weave together tales of valor and duty, and perhaps a few hints of legend, for these were warriors whose stories had grown bright and strange over time. The dim, warm light cast a golden glow on the faded ink and worn edges of the books, and for a moment the librarian felt the weight of these tales, as though the spirits of those long past were watching over his shoulder. There was a
Sponging it.
sense of wonder in it.
So I
stirred
never
by
really
the moment that
sponged
came with reading about deeds of distant heroes,
in my
of daring
life. This is
rescues
my
and hard-won triumphs.
first one.
And
I
in
just
that quiet,
watched the YouTube
book-filled
video.
room, he felt the warmth of his chapter's history, like the steady, comforting glow of a fire that would never die. He lifted his pen and began to write. In a time when terror itself lay battered and bruised, a time when it was not yet the throne of any emperor, but a land of divided warring states, there were whispered tales of secret legions being assembled. It was the age of the Unification Wars, a turbulent era when mighty warriors clashed for control over the battered remnants of old terror. Amidst this storm of conflict and ambition, the Emperor of mankind had begun gathering to himself soldiers of remarkable strength and skill, an army to unite all of humanity under one banner. It was in this crucible of war that the 18th Legion, among others, was conceived. These
This is a
warriors, not yet
sponged
called
one.
Salamanders, were forged in darkness,
Kinda.
assembled away from the eyes of even
Don't
their fellow
hate it.
legions. There was talk, soft and wary, of a group of legions made for special purposes, each a keystone in the Emperor's grand design, but veiled in secrecy so dense it bred distrust. Alongside the 6th Legion, the Wolfkin of Fenris, and the 20th, the shadowy warriors later named the Alpha Legion, these proto-legions would come to be called the Trefoil. Yet even among the other legions, the specifics of their creation and purpose were known only to a select few. The rest of the Emperor's grand host could only watch in puzzlement, and perhaps a touch of suspicion. As these strange legionaries grew in strength and number, yet seldom joined their brothers openly in battle. The 18th Legion's beginnings were marked by whispers of strange rites. Some said their training was harsh, darker even than the other legions, with trials that would break any soul but those destined for the Legion. They were warriors tempered to endure hardship and pain, perhaps a bit too well suited for desperate, brutal warfare.
Now that we have that, we're
And
going
name,
back
Dragon
with a little bit of
Warriors,
dark green.
added a hint of mysticism to the Legion's reputation, as though they were marked by something ancient, something tied to the fires that crackled in the forges of terror and the heart of war and fairy tales themselves. There were stories, of course, as there always are about such shadowed origins. Some claimed the Emperor had chosen these warriors with a specific fate in mind, that he saw something within the gene seed of the 18th Legion that would bind them to his purpose in ways beyond simple loyalty. A few even whispered that the Emperor had chosen them, and because of an affinity for fire and flame, a kinship that spoke to the soul of Terra's forgotten past, when dragons roamed in myth and legend, and men spoke of fire as both a tool and a living force. But these were only tales, of course, scraps of stories clung to by those who wanted to understand what they could not see. In the early days, the dragon warriors were rarely seen together as a cohesive force. Instead, they were scattered in small groups, sent wherever conflict was hottest, usually when only the heaviest hand of destruction would suffice. Here, they were employed as a blunt weapon. Yet they wielded that bluntness with something akin to the deftness of well-trained craftsmen. In the latter days of the Unification Wars, as the Emperor's forces closed in upon the last freeholds of Terra, the Caucasus Wastes stood as one of the last's defiant factions, their strongholds buried within the mountains. The Ethnarch of the Caucasus, ruler of these desolate lands, had in his control ancient relic machines, devices that powered shields and weaponry, relics that had stood unchallenged since the Age of Strife. When the Emperor's Thunder Warriors had previously tried to storm these depths, they had been obliterated, losing tens of thousands in the attempt. Yet now, with his vision for humanity nearly realized, the Emperor was determined to lay claim to these wastes. For this task, he chose the newly forged 18th Legion, the Dragon Warriors, untested in open battle. With neither hesitation nor fear, the 18th took to their assigned task, recognizing the honor entrusted to them. These warriors would be the first to pierce the Ethnarch's defenses. Through fire and darkness, they would make their way to the Tempest Galleries, vast subterranean chambers where the ancient engines drew their power from Terra's heart. This mission, fraught with certain peril, was a task few expected them to survive. So, as the Emperor himself looked on, the Dragon Warriors took their places within the termite war engines, massive boring machines that would carve their way through solid rock, bearing them into the sides of the enemy mountain itself. There, hidden far from sunlight,
This shade is
the
doing a
Tempest
fuck
Galleries
ton.
waited. The termites descended, and the Legion was swallowed by the earth. They ventured deeper, and as they journeyed downwards, the cold silence of the rock surrounded them, broken only by the relentless grinding of the termite engines. Soon they lost contact with the surface, drawing a shroud of radio silence over the warriors below. Then they reached the heart of the galleries. In the dim and winding halls of this place, where the old bones of Terra's past lay entombed in shadow, the salamanders faced their first true test. The galleries themselves were a labyrinth of forgotten tunnels and cavernous vaults, woven like veins beneath the surface of ancient Terra. Long-abandoned machines hummed with a low murmur, a strange reminder of the days when Terra was far from united, and that much of its wonder was left to fade in darkness. The 18th Legion had been dispatched here alone, charged with securing these galleries from a throng of hostile insurgents. For days, rumors had swirled of enemy forces seeping into the winding tunnels, hoarding weapons and establishing strongholds deep within the ancient stone. It was a task meant for more than a single legion. Perhaps it was even meant to be impossible. But the salamanders did not see it this way. They descended into the tunnels without question, with only a nod from their legion master. It was not the first impossible battle they would face, but it would become one of the most important, for their history at least. The moment they entered, the air grew thick with an ancient and musty dust, as though time itself had settled there like a fog. Shadows shifted strangely along the stone walls, twisting as the salamanders' torches flickered, casting a dim glow that illuminated only a few steps ahead. At first, it was only the silence that greeted them, the kind of silence that makes a place feel like it's holding its breath. Yet, as they delved deeper, a sounds began to rise from the corridors, faint and discordant, a murmur of voices, distant clanks of metal, the shuffle of footsteps. These were sounds of an army in preparation, echoing through the hollow spaces. The salamanders slowed, each warrior's grip tightening on his weapon, each movement precise and quiet. Then, without warning, the stillness shattered. A blinding flash burst from the shadows ahead, and the darkness erupted in a furious clattering of gunfire and steel. Insurgents surged from hidden alcoves and narrow crevices. Armed with crude weapons and sheer numbers, they were a tide of seemingly expendable bodies, their faces obscured, but their intent clear, to drive the legion back and keep them from the heart of the galleries. But the salamanders held their ground. A member of the dragon warriors was never one to flinch. They met the rushing wave with a grim determination, their weapons striking out like flashes of lightning in the dark. The battle quickly devolved into brutal close quarters, with only the thin, flickering torchlight to cut through the chaos, dust, and blood. The salamanders moved as one, their unity a wall against the seething mass. For hours the fighting continued, with neither side willing to yield. The insurgents fought fiercely, using their knowledge of the twisting passages to strike and vanish, only to appear again from some shadowed nook or alcove. For every inch the salamanders gained, they seemed to pay a steep price, for the enemy seemed endless, a flow that could not be stemmed. Yet the salamanders pressed on. It was in their nature, as it was in the forging of a blade, to see things through to the end, regardless of the cost. When one of their own fell, the others closed the gap, covering the loss without a moment's hesitation. As the combat wore on, they began to recognize a pattern to the enemy's strikes. Slowly, the salamanders adapted, turning each ambush into a new piece of information in a tactical puzzle. The enemy could not keep losing men at this rate, and they fell back to the heart of the galleries. It was here where they made their last stand. The salamanders formed a tight line, shoulder to shoulder, each warrior silent and steady, their breath heavy in their green helmets, but their eyes bright. They knew the odds, they knew the cost, and it did not stop them. When the final assault came, the dragon warriors rushed the enemy position, overwhelming the already worn enemy with overwhelming firepower and strength of arm.
This is my first time using this stone,
The price of their victory
and I kind of
was
dig
heavy.
it.
The vault floor was littered with
So
fallen brothers,
I realized
their
that
armor scorched
it
and
made
ruined,
everything a lot
their lives
darker,
given
this one.
willingly for the
So
cause.
I gotta add a
Yet, in their sacrifice,
base of
they had
angel
achieved
green to
what
it
many
again.
thought
Then I'll
impossible.
sponge it.
They had won, alone and against all odds, proving their worth in
You-
a way no words could capture.
Angel green
From that
to
day
start
forward,
highlighting
their
stuff.
reputation preceded them in the minds of those who heard their story. They were no longer simply the dragon warriors. They were the protectors who stood alone, who bore the weight of the impossible, and who would always carry the flame of hope, however dim, into the shadows. Following this battle, the 18th Legion's strength was replenished, their sacrifices honored by the Emperor himself, who saw to it that they were outfitted with war gear crafted in the finest forges. Yet this moment of glory was also the beginning of an isolation that would define the Legion in the years to come. While other legions grew to immense numbers and swept across the stars as great crusading hosts, the dragon warriors were kept on terror, rebuilt carefully, piece by piece. They were sent into action only in dire moments, as reinforcements or as a solitary force to face some unspeakable threat. This pattern of solitary deployment ensured that the dragon warriors seldom fought as a full legion, and this separation from their kin only deepened their mystique. Many imperial commanders, used to the sight of vast armies and united bands of marines, viewed the dragon warriors with an odd blend of admiration and suspicion. After all, these were warriors who embraced fire, who seemed to welcome battles others would dread. Rumors began to swirl that they had become addicted to this sort of grim, asymmetrical warfare, finding valor only in the most forlorn hopes and last-ditch defenses. Still, the Emperor continued to favor the 18th, sending them not to join the grand expansion of his crusading fleets, but to handle the sudden and strange threats that arose in the wake of his advancing armies. Be it rogue space hulks drifting out of the void, deadly Xenos raiders, or remnants of hostile forces attempting one final stand, the dragon warriors were often called in to strike like the fire for which they were known. Thus the 18th Legion's legend grew, not as conquerors or vanguards, but as a force that held the line against all odds, as a bulwark against chaos and ruin. Amongst the people of Terra, they became spoken of as a legion that would answer any call for aid, no matter how dire. To the Legion, however, these were simply the duties they had been forged to fulfill, the tasks for which they had been made, veiled in secrecy and tempered by hardship. And in the fires of battle, they waited, half-formed, for the day when their true purpose and their true name would be revealed by their Primarch, who had yet to emerge. At this point, I think it's worth turning to the story of the chapter's Primarch. The Primarchs, from which each of the legions of Astartes gets their gene seed, had been scattered across the galaxy as part of some cruel plan from the enemies of chaos. On the world of Nocturne, one of these children fell from the sky like a comet. The people of Nocturne, who were no strangers to strange omens and sudden signs, gathered at the edge of a smoking crater, peering through the haze and hoping to glimpse whatever fiery piece of space debris had struck the earth there. What they found was not a chunk of metal or rock, but a child, his skin dark as obsidian, and his eyes aglow as if with fire. His presence alone seemed to calm the embers that smoked around him, as though the land itself recognized one of its own. And so the child was taken in by a man named Anvil, a blacksmith known as a black smiter among his people. Anvil had seen many strange things in his time, but he regarded the boy with a reverent curiosity, for he suspected, as did many others, that this child was destined for great things. Anvil named him Vulkan, after the Promethean myth of a
Vulkan lives!
and raised him in his home city of Hesiod, a place cradled among jagged peaks and flowing rivers of molten rock.
Okay.
Life on Nocturne was a constant test, and Vulkan learned early that survival here demanded both resilience and courage in equal measure. The land was marked by an endless churning of volcanic upheavals and violent quakes of tectonic activity. A world alive with fire and rock, where the very earth trembled as if under some ancient curse. And yet, there was a wild beauty to it all, the rivers of red-hot lava flowing like blood through the dark valleys, the jagged peaks outlined in shimmering heat, and the vast night sky heavy with stars. Nocturne was a death world, though its people, hardened as they were, called it simply home. Here Vulkan grew quickly, as all the Emperor's sons did. He soon towered over the strongest men in the city, his shoulders broad and his eyes steady, with a wisdom beyond his years. His strength was a marvel, but his gentleness surprised those around him. Vulkan was a born warrior, but he did not relish in the destruction that his strength could bring. Instead, he wielded it with care, like a craftsman with a delicate tool. As he grew, Vulkan took on the work of his adoptive father, mastering the forge and learning the art of blacksmithing. His hands, large as they were deft and precise, shaping metal with the same care and respect with which he treated his people. In his youth, Vulkan was known less as a warrior and more as a craftsman, a figure of strength who crafted weapons more for protection than for war. He took pride in forging armor that would keep his people safe, in crafting tools that could withstand the harsh demands of their land. For Vulkan, the fire of the forge was not a means to destroy, but a means to create, to protect, to build something lasting. But strength and craft alone were not enough to survive on Nocturne. Each year, the people prepared for the time of trials, when the moon of Prometheus drew near, and the land would grow restless, the mountains would groan, the ground would shake, and the rivers of fire would swell, rising up like the anger of some ancient beast. For days, darkness would blot out the sky as volcanic ash choked the air, and great beasts awoken from the depths would roam the land in hunger. During these times,
this one
Vulkan would stand among his people, a steadying presence amidst the
looks
chaos.
sick.
In him,
This got a
they found
glow
both
over
a
it.
warrior and a protector,
And this is
one
just
who
the
faced beasts
third
of
layer
flame
on.
with resolve. He led hunting parties into the mountains, tracking the great saurians that slumbered in the heart of volcanoes, creatures so massive their scales could turn aside even the sharpest spear. The people called them fire drakes, and they were believed to be as ancient as Nocturne itself. Vulkan hunted these beasts to protect his people, to keep the balance between man and the wild, between fire and life. To slay a fire drake was not a task for the faint of heart. It required both courage and cunning, for the creatures were not only tough, they could sear flesh and bone with a single breath. Yet Vulkan bore the scars of many of these encounters, and each scar became a mark of honors, a story of a life defended, a life saved. In those years, he became known as the Fireborn, and though he had the power to rule, Vulkan instead chose to serve, to walk among the people as one of them. He knew their hardships, for he shared them. He knew their fears, for he faced them. He knew their joys, for he cherished them. The bond between Vulkan and his people grew with each passing year. The elders would gather around the fire at night, telling tales of the Fireborn, of how he had faced the great beasts of the mountains, of how he had saved a family from a volcanic eruption, of how he had stood alone against a raiding party of Xenos raiders,
Second layer done.
driving them back with nothing
Coffee
but
time.
a hammer and tongs. They spoke of him as one speaks of a legend, though he was still a young man. And so Vulkan grew.
Coffee was already
shaped by the
fucking
fires of
cold.
Nocturne,
Ah.
tempered by its trials and tribulations. He embodied the spirit of his people.
So I kind of want to finish on this guy a little bit,
Beyond the bounds of Nocturne.
but think about how I'm gonna do it, because this is gonna be my test marine with the sponge.
Times of peace, after the last of the fire drakes had
already
been
had
driven
one
back
sponge
to
cut
their
up.
volcanic dens, that a stranger arrived in their city. Nocturne was not a place for travelers. Its land was harsh, its people fierce, and outsiders seldom had a need to come here. And yet here, before the city gates, stood a man with skin pale as starlight and eyes sharp as winter's edge. He wore a cloak woven of strange materials that shimmered faintly, reflecting the smouldering glow of the distant volcanoes. The people watched him with curiosity, for there was something about him, a power that made even the boldest among them pause. This stranger had come during a time of celebration, a festival to honor the Fireborn, their champion, their guardian, Vulkan. The stranger asked nothing of them, only that he be allowed to enter the great contest held each year in Vulkan's name. When the stranger's request reached Vulkan, who was in the midst of the festival preparations, he regarded it with a curious smile. To challenge the Fireborn himself was no small boast, and Vulkan, known for his good-natured spirit, agreed without hesitation. The stranger's boldness amused him, but he did not scorn it. There was something in the man's calm bearing that intrigued Vulkan, though he could not place why. So it was decided that the stranger would compete alongside Vulkan in a series of trials. The people gathered in great crowds, filling the city's square, cheering and chanting as the festival's great events began. It was not often that they saw their hero take part in the contests. Usually, he oversaw them, encouraging the younger ones to test their strength. But here, side by side with the stranger, Vulkan stood ready, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The trials began with a test of strength, an ancient event. Enormous anvils carved from dense volcanic rock were to be lifted and held aloft. The contestants took their places, each wrapping his mighty hands around the dark stone. Vulkan, to the crowd's delight, lifted his anvil with ease, his towering form steady and unmoving, his arms like iron pillars. The people cheered, but their cheers faded into murmurs as the stranger raised his anvil just as smoothly, standing as still and comfortable as Vulkan himself. For hours they stood, both men a pillar of strength, neither yielding to fatigue. As the sun dipped below the jagged mountains, it was clear that neither man would falter. In the end, the judges declared it a draw, for the crowd had fallen silent in awe, and no one could say with certainty who might have lasted longer. Vulkan, rather than feeling bested, only grinned, for he had found in the stranger a true match. The next contest was a test of endurance, where each competitor had to plunge his hands into water heated by a lava pit, enduring the heat that would have blistered lesser men. Vulkan, of course, had known the fires of Nocturne all his life, and he plunged his hands into the seething water without hesitation, holding them steady as the heat licked up his arms, wrapping him in a fiery aura. His expression remained serene, as if he were simply tending a quiet forge. When it was the stranger's turn, he too reached into the pool, his expression calm, his eyes alight with a fierce, ancient strength. The crowd gasped, for they had seen no man other than Vulkan face such heat with so little fear. Like Vulkan, the stranger endured, and when he withdrew his hands, they were unharmed. Another tie, the judges whispered, and Vulkan felt his respect for the stranger grow. These challenges and ties continued up until the final challenge, the hunt. The final trial was a hunt, but each contestant was given a single day and night to forge a weapon, which was to be used in the challenge, with nothing but their skill and a raw chunk of Nocturne's unforgiving iron. Vulkan worked tirelessly in his father's forge, each swing of his hammer sending showers of sparks into the cool night air. His face was set in concentration, his mind wholly focused on shaping a weapon that would embody the strength and fire of his people. The hours wore on, and by dawn, Vulkan's creation was complete. A warhammer of remarkable craftsmanship, its head a perfect balance of weight and precision, its handle carved with the symbols of Nocturne, a tribute to his homeland. He held it aloft, the hammer gleaming in the morning light, and a hush fell over the crowd. It was an excellent weapon. The stranger, too, emerged from his forge at dawn, bearing a sword as graceful as Vulkan's hammer was powerful. Its edge was keen, its form elegant, a blade that seemed almost to hum with energy. There was a beauty to it, a kind of strange and quiet dignity, and the crowd, torn between their love for Vulkan and their awe for the stranger, could not declare a victor. For the hunt itself, the contestants were given the task of slaying the largest salamander they could find. Each man would set out alone, armed only with his crafted weapon, to seek out the creature that had haunted the mountains. Vulkan, with his warhammer slung over his shoulder, climbed the slopes of Mount Deathfire, while the stranger vanished into the mist, his sword gleaming faintly in the dim light. The hunt was long and treacherous. Vulkan's quarry was swift and cunning, a massive fire drake with scales harder than stone and a breath like melter fire. At last, he cornered the beast atop a rocky ledge, where the red light of the volcano cast an eerie glow over them both. With a single mighty swing, Vulkan brought his hammer down, striking the fire drake in a blow that shook the ground they stood on. The creature fell, its life snuffed out in the strength of the fireborn. But as Vulkan made his way down the mountain, dragging his prize, the volcano erupted suddenly, sending waves of molten rock cascading down the slopes. The ground buckled beneath him, and he was nearly thrown into the churning flow, clinging to the ledge with one hand and holding his slain prey with the other. He would not let go, even as the fire licked at his feet and the heat seared his skin. Then through the haze, he saw the stranger appear, carrying his own fire drake, larger even than Vulkan's. Without a word, the stranger reached out, pulling Vulkan to safety, letting his own quarry slide into the fiery depths below. They returned to Hesiod together, and the people cheered, declaring Vulkan the winner. But Vulkan, moved by the stranger's selflessness, knelt before him, pledging his loyalty to one who valued life over pride. In that moment, the stranger revealed himself, casting aside his disguise to reveal eyes, fierce and knowing, the emperor of mankind. Vulkan, awed and humbled, understood at last the true purpose of the trials. They had not been mere contests of strength or skill. They had been a test of heart, a measure of the man who would become the master of the 18th Legion. And in his loyalty to the emperor, a bond was made that would carry him and his sons across the stars in service to humanity. When Vulkan at last joined his legion, the warriors of the 18th stood as he had first seen them, silent and formidable. Though fierce in strength and tested by battle, they were yet without a guiding heart, lacking the unity and purpose that would carry them beyond the harsh demands of war. They were mighty in strength, but scattered in spirit, waiting for something or someone to shape them into more than mere soldiers. And so, in the shadow of Nocturne's smouldering peaks, Vulkan set himself to his most enduring task: to give his legion a purpose and to lead them into war with the values of Nocturne and his people. He began in the forges of Nocturne. Vulkan labored alongside his warriors, showing them not only the skill of the forge, but the patience and care that such work required. For days and nights they toiled together, shaping iron and steel, crafting armor and tools of war, but also the simple, sturdy implements that the people of Nocturne needed to till the harsh ground and withstand the forces of their world. It was here, amid the hissing coals and glowing embers, that Vulkan taught his warriors the first tenet of what would come to be known as the Promethean Creed: to see strength not as a weapon, but as a means of protection, a shield for those unable to defend themselves. The salamanders watched him closely, for there was something different about this Primarch who treated them as brothers. Vulkan did not want to stand above them, nor did he hold himself apart as some distant figure. Rather, he shared in their struggles and their triumphs, his laughter a comfort during the long
He's got
hours
some
of war,
highlighting on
his
him.
quiet strength a steadying
It's very
presence.
subtle.
It was not long before the salamanders began to take his teachings to heart, and they found, to their surprise, that their Primarch's compassion did not weaken them, but made them stronger, binding them with a kinship. In time, Vulkan's influence grew, and he spoke to his warriors of the Promethean Creed, the philosophy that would shape them. The creed was simple, as many great truths often are, but it ran deep. The second tenet was sacrifice, a principle that Vulkan embodied fully and expected his legion to live by as well. He taught them that true strength lay in giving of oneself, in shouldering the burdens of others, and standing as a bulwark against all who would bring harm. To fight not for glory or conquest, but for the lives and well-being of those who had no power of their own, that, he told them, was the truest form of valor. The final tenet was loyalty, not just to each other, but to humanity as a whole. While other legions spoke of duty, Vulkan emphasized the bond between warrior and those they protected. To him, each soul was a flame in the darkness, a light worth shielding against any danger. He instilled in his legion the belief that humanity was worth every sacrifice, that in each person lay a spark of something precious, something that could not be measured by strength alone. This loyalty was not blind, nor was it born of mere obligation. It was a loyalty from compassion, a kinship between the protectors and the protected. In time, word of their ways spread across the stars. There were those who looked on the salamanders with confusion, even disdain, for they seemed an oddity among the Emperor's legions. Many could not understand why Vulkan's warriors lingered to aid those who could offer them no strength in return, why they risked themselves to shield the weak and powerless. Vulkan's sons became known for their acts of selfless courage, for their willingness to bear the heaviest burdens and endure the darkest trials. They became the watchful guardians of humanity, fighting not only to conquer, but to protect, seeing each victory as a promise kept, each life saved as a triumph of its own. In every world they visited, they sought out the vulnerable, the forgotten, standing as shields before them. And when the people they protected asked why they had come, why they would risk their lives for strangers, the salamanders would reply simply that it was their duty. During the Great Crusade, as Vulkan took his place at the head of his legion, the scattered detachments of the 18th gathered for the first time in what seemed like a very long while, journeying from distant stars to stand beneath their Primarch's banner. It was a strange sight at first, the Terran-born warriors and those newly recruited from Nocturne. Two peoples, separated by countless worlds. Vulkan, ever mindful of the values he held close, knew that before his legion could march out into the stars as one, they would need more than shared armor and training. They needed a home, a place where their roots could sink deep, where the traditions and beliefs of both Terra and Nocturne could mingle, creating a common
this one is
spirit
looking
among the
absolutely
warriors.
fucking dope.
And so
I dig this.
Vulkan cast his gaze toward the sky.
Since this one already has a second layer, you're actually gonna
there, upon its grey
just a
and barren
tiny bit.
surface, he built the very same fortress in which I am writing now, where the salamanders would grow strong together. Prometheus was a place of quiet, of solitude, a contrasting place to the volatile and shifting world beneath. While Nocturne seethed and churned with volcanic fury, Prometheus was silent and steady, a stone untouched by the flames that so often licked at the Nocturnian ground. Perhaps Vulkan saw in this place the same calm steadiness he hoped to cultivate in his legion. But this is just speculation. Who really knows the mind of the Primarch? Vulkan
Mainly
named the
at the
fortress
highlights.
after his own city on Nocturne, in honor of his people and his origins. Within its stone halls he placed great forges, each one dedicated to crafting armor and weapons. These forges became the heart of the fortress, where the salamanders would gather, honing their skills as both craftsmen and warriors. As the walls of Hesiod rose, so too did the strength of the legion, their numbers bolstered by Vulkan's recruits from Nocturne. The people of Nocturne were resilient, strong and loyal. Under Vulkan's guidance, the salamanders began to transform. No longer were they scattered soldiers of a distant legion. They became a united force. In the evenings, as the fires burned low in the forges, Vulkan would gather his warriors, sharing tales of his youth on Nocturne, of the time of trials, of the great beasts he had faced, and the people he had protected. These stories served two purposes. They were both a way to bring his people together and spend time with one another, and they were to instill the values that he thought important to the legion. And in these quiet moments his warriors would listen, finding in their Primarch's words a sense of purpose. The Terran-born among them took to these teachings with great interest. They had known only the harsh discipline and cold pragmatism of a legion raised for conquest, and Vulkan's words were a warm counter to this harshness. They also grew to admire their Nocturnian brothers, who spoke of fire as something sacred, of battle as a means to defend rather than destroy. This unity, This blending of hearts and minds became the foundation of the Legion, a strength that would prove itself in the years to come. And so, as the days passed, Hesiod became a home, a place of training and refuge, of learning and kinship. The salamanders would return to Prometheus between campaigns, honing their skills, tending to the fires of their forges, and gathering around Vulkan as he shared with them the wisdom of the Promethean creed. The Great Crusade was calling.
I just received a heart attack. Fuck you, Discord.
Legion would answer. But no matter how far they journeyed, they would always return to Prometheus, to the silent moon.
I actually don't want to make him too bright.
As the stars opened wide before them, and the Great Crusade began in earnest, Vulcan led his salamanders into realms which were yet untouched by Terra's hand. World upon world lay waiting in the cold vastness of space, each one bearing its own mysteries, its own secrets, and its own people. The salamanders, who had now adopted Vulcan's teachings in full, became both conquerors and guardians, bringing worlds into the Emperor's fold with a steady hand and a patient heart. Unlike so many other legions who conquered these new places with the gun and the sword, the salamanders were less stern in their approach. One of their most storied campaigns took them to the world of Ibsen, a place of quiet valleys and towering forests, where rivers flowed deep and dark, winding through ancient lands that had never felt the tread of imperial boots. Ibsen was a world steeped in the mysteries of its own, and the salamanders arrived there to find not only human settlers, hardy and wary, but whispers of Xenos influence. It was a rumor at first, a murmur among the people, but as Vulcan's warriors delved into the wilds of Ibsen, they soon uncovered the truth. This world was not untouched, nor was it unclaimed. The Aldari, an ancient race, had laid their roots here, hidden within the veil of the planet's thickest forests, sheltered beneath the canopies where even the sunlight rarely touched. Craftworld Aldari, as they were known, were an ancient people with wisdom and ways that made even the Emperor's knowledge seem young and bright in comparison. Their presence on Ibsen was subtle, a part of the land itself, a part of the world's pulse and breath. And in their cunning, the Aldari had made alliances with some of the human settlers, creating bonds of protection, of shared secrets and ancient lore. When Vulcan learned of this strange alliance, he was troubled. The Aldari had woven themselves into the very fabric of Ibsen, their influence running deep. For these humans, the Xenos were protectors, guides even. And to them, the Aldari were as much a part of their world as the rivers and the forests. The Salamander's mission was clear, to bring Ibsen into imperial compliance, but Vulcan felt the insinuation of this task heavy on his shoulders. Here were people who had found a kind of peace, a bond with creatures not of their kind, and in Vulcan's heart there grew a conflict, a question of what was right and what was necessary. The salamanders moved with care, advancing through the forests and glades, seeking out the hidden enclaves of the Aldari. They knew that their presence was a disruption, an intrusion into a fragile balance that had been nurtured for centuries. And soon the Aldari responded, striking from the shadows with a swiftness that left even the hardened salamanders awed. The Aldari did not fight with the blunt force of humanity. They moved like whispers on the wind, like a breeze on the water. The salamanders, bound by their code and their loyalty to humanity, held their ground. They met the Aldari in battle, knowing that the outcome of this conflict was already written, even as their hearts mourned the cost. The clash between the two forces was a dance of fire and shadow, of resilience meeting agility. The Aldari fought for preservation, for the world they had helped shape, while the salamanders fought for unification, for the Emperor's vision of a humanity united.
I kind of dig how this one became.
For days, Vulkan wrestled with the decision he would have to make.
That's
walking alone
subtle
through the
highlighting.
forests where the mist hung low, the
Just got
distant
a
songs of
silly
hidden creatures echoing like nature's
silly cat.
lullabies.
So I kind
He
of
spoke
dig how
with
this
the
one became.
settlers, researching their
Let's go
fears
back
and
to
their
this one. I
hopes,
kind of want to
and though
finish
his
this
heart
one real
longed for a
badly.
peaceful accord,
So we are
he knew
getting
that
some
the Emperor's will was
red,
unholy.
orange. We're gonna mix up some orange.
Humanity, in the Emperor's eyes, must stand alone,
And
free from the entanglements of alien influence.
we're gonna work on that.
In the end, Vulkan's duty won out over his compassion, and he gave the order that pained him most deeply: exterminatus. Ibsen would be cleansed, its forests burned, its people relocated, its lands turned to dust.
Yeah, that's
The salamanders
we're gonna
the
make some
rites.
orange.
Their faces
We're gonna make
they knew
the
that this act,
this
however
orange,
necessary,
and we're
was a
gonna
wound that would
make
leave a
the
scar on
insignia
the
orange
original
as well.
spirit, a reminder that even the kindest of hearts must
Then we're
sometimes
gonna
bear the weight
gold
of bitter
paint
choices.
the insignia, and we're gonna touch
As
it
the
up with some
fires
black.
swept
So
across
we're
Ibsen,
going over to an
Vulkan stood
extra
silent,
small brush
watching as the flames claimed the forests,
to do
the
that
rivers,
part
the
done.
mountains. The salamanders fought back the Aeldari one
And
the Xenos
yeah,
retreated
so
into
that's the
shadows,
plan
the
now.
smoke
So
fading
we'll
into the
first get some
ash-laden
gold.
wind.
So we're using greedy gold from Army Painter.
It was
And
then that
yeah,
Odin
that's
gathered his
the
legion
idea
around
for
him.
now. Cool.
There on the ashen soil of Ibsen,
I
and
really
spoke
like
of
this
the cost
gold,
of
to be
loyalty,
fair.
of the price they all must sometimes
Really
pay for
flashy.
the Emperor's vision.
So got a
He
splash of
reminded
gold
them that
right
their
there.
duty was not always clear,
We are
that
actually
sometimes even
using the
noblest among
small
them
brush
must
again.
carry the burden of harsh decisions. The campaign on Ibsen became a chapter in the history of the salamanders, a story told with somber voices around the fires of Prometheus. For
Water.
Vulkan, it was a memory both painful and precious, a reminder that even the brightest of flames could cast a shadow. And in the years that followed, the salamanders would carry that shadow with them, honoring the lives
Going
touched by their
gold.
hand, even as they moved ever forward into the unknown stars. In the latter days of the Great Crusade, the salamanders found themselves bound for a distant world by the name of Karatan. A place of dense jungles and winding rivers that seemed, at first glance, as wild and untamed as Nocturne. But there was a darkness about Karatan, an odd feeling that lingered in the people who inhabited it. The people of Karatan had resisted the Imperium's advance fiercely, and word reached Vulkan that the Emperor had called upon more than one legion to bring this world into compliance. Upon their arrival, the salamanders found that another legion had already made its presence known. The Night Lords, led by Conrad Kurz, had come to Karatan well ahead of them, carving a path through the resistance with methods that sent a chill through even the hardened hearts of Vulcan's warriors.
Because
unlike Vulcan,
we got flames on this, I'm actually gonna make the head
Kurz had no qualms about ruling through
stuck
fear,
on the head.
using tactics that left scorched
So we make
villages
the head.
and haunted survivors in his wake. The sight of it all, the broken lives, the lingering terror in the eyes of
black,
those left alive,
orange,
filled Vulcan
flames.
with deep unease. This behavior was a far cry from his own
Tally
values.
cow.
His
My
warriors
cat's
saw
being
it
in
too,
pain.
and in them
I
stirred
don't know yet what to make the
distaste,
head.
not at their enemies, but at the cruelty wrought by their own kin.
Let's think
The
about that.
salamanders
Well, we still got
marched
some
through the
gold
towns and
on
villages
our
left in the shadow of
palette.
the Night Lords, their footsteps heavy.
On this one, we'll work on this.
Vulkan spent time pondering the situation, keeping his thoughts close and his voice steady, though a storm brewed beneath his calm exterior. He knew his brother Conrad was unlike the others, a dark soul who seemed to thrive in the midst of fear and despair. But here on Karatan, Vulkan found himself faced with the reality of that darkness. Its effects spread out before him in blood and ash. The people of Karatan were no strangers to war, but what they had suffered at Kurz's hands was something else entirely. At last, Vulkan decided that he would seek out Kurz, hoping to speak with his brother, to find some way to bring him back from this path of cruelty. Their meeting took place in the heart of a burned-out village, a place that stank of smoke and burning meat, where the charred remains of homes and markets lay, like the bones of some ancient ravaged creature. Conrad was there, his gaunt figure cloaked in darkness, his eyes gleaming with a feral light. He looked upon the ruins with a kind of satisfaction, a twisted pride that turned Vulkan's heart cold. "Brother," Vulkan said, his voice steady but with a depth that carried both sorrow and rebuke, "is this what you call compliance? Is this how you seek to unite our father's dream?" Kurz turned slowly, his expression quizzical. "Dreams," he sneered, his voice soft, but carrying an edge of bitter mockery. "Dreams are for those who sleep in comfort. I bring reality to these people, the reality of being brought to heel. A truth that they will not soon forget." Vulkan shook his head, his gaze drifting over the ruined village, the blackened earth where children had once played, where families had once made their lives. "This is not the Emperor's vision. We were not made to be tyrants. We were made to protect, to guide, to bring light into the darkness, not to
That's
create
better.
it." Kurz's eyes narrowed.
Sorry,
his
I'm
gaze
being really
piercing
quiet all
as
of a
he took
sudden.
step forward, his voice dropping to a whisper that carried more menace than any shout. "You and I, Vulkan, we see the world through different eyes. You look at these people and see children to be led by the hand. I see creatures who must be taught their place, creatures who only understand obedience when it is burned into their bones." A flicker of anger flared in Vulkan's eyes, though he kept his voice calm. "And what happens when fear fades, brother? Will you raise another city, bring terror to yet another people? How far will you go before you look upon your works and find nothing but ashes?" Kurz laughed then, a sound as hollow as the burnt husks of the trees around them. "Ashes are the foundation of order, Vulkan. Fear is a language they understand, a language that cannot be ignored. You are naive if you think kindness will ever achieve anything lasting." The two Primarchs stood there, a gulf of understanding stretching between them, like a chasm that could not be crossed. Vulkan felt a profound sorrow settle over him, for he saw now that his brother's heart had been given over entirely to darkness. In that moment he realized that no words, no show of restraint, could change what Conrad had become. And then, with a heavy heart, Vulkan turned
I fucking hate Discord.
signaling to his warriors to leave the village, to put distance between themselves and the horrors Kurz had brought to these people. As they moved away, the Night Lords taunted them, calling the salamanders weak, mocking their compassion as a pitiful softness unfit for the galaxy. Vulkan heard it all, felt the sharp sting of those words, yet he did not respond. He simply pressed on, leading his legion away from the poisoned ground that Kurz had left in his wake. It seemed that the bitterness of that encounter would stay with him, a reminder that even among his brothers there were paths he could never walk. The salamanders, bound by the Promethean creed, were to be defenders, to stand as a light in the darkness. But here on Karatan, they had seen that light challenged, mocked and cast aside by a brother who saw only strength in fear, who saw only power in pain. From that day on, the salamanders held even more tightly to the Promethean creed. They would remember Karatan as the place where their philosophy of protection was compounded by the contrast they saw from the Night Lords. The Great Crusade saw the Emperor name his son, Horus, as the War Master, a role given to lead the Imperium's legions and conquer world after world in the name of humanity. However, with this power, the corruption of chaos were drawn to the man, turning him over to their side through plot and cunning. Where humanity was beginning to turn a new, clean page in its history, the Horus heresy would be a dark ink that would spill over this page and leave a stain on the legacy of mankind. Within the
I just shoot him away and he's already back.
Vulkan and his salamanders were called by the Emperor to join a first strike upon the world of Istvan V, alongside the Iron Hands and the Raven Guard. This
He's
mission
starting to
was
look
intended to wipe out
really
the
cool.
remaining traitor legions who had fallen to chaos alongside Horus. However, of the 7 legions sent by the Emperor, 4 were secretly aligned with Horus, and this truth remained hidden, cloaked in deception. It was in the shadow of this betrayal that Vulkan marched to Istvan V, unaware of the fate awaiting him and his legion. The legions descended upon the planet with the blessing of their emperor, their banners held high, their hearts burning with loyalty. As the salamanders landed upon the blasted plains, their formation tight and their spirits high, they could see the traitor legions stretched out before them. The forces of the emperor advanced, shields up, and voices raised in the fierce oaths of their legions, eager to cleanse the stain of treachery from their ranks. Then, in an instant that would scar the galaxy, the trap was sprung. As Vulkan led his warriors forward, he saw it happen. The legions they had believed to be their allies, the word-bearers, the Iron Warriors, the Night Lords, and the Alpha Legion, all turning as one. Their weapons raised not against Horus, but against their loyalist kin. The salamanders halted, disbelief coursing through their ranks, for the betrayal was so sudden, so absolute, that even the seasoned warriors among them faltered for a moment. In that confusion, the traitors struck. Bolter-fire and energy blasts tore through the loyalist lines, killing warriors who had once fought side by side with their betrayers. The battlefield, so carefully ordered and so filled with clarity just moments before, erupted into chaos, and the salamanders found themselves surrounded on all sides. Vulkan, towering over his warriors, raised his hammer and called them to him. "Salamanders," he cried, his voice ringing out clear and unwavering. "To me! Hold fast!" His words renewed a fire in his startled warriors, burning through the fog of war. They rallied around him, their shields locked. The battle that followed was desperate. The salamanders fought with all the strength and courage Vulkan had instilled in them, their blades flashing, their voices raised in defiance against the traitors who sought to end them. Time and again, they drove back the advancing enemy, holding their ground against waves of betrayal, each salamander fighting with the feeling that they were the wall protecting the Imperium from chaos. Yet the traitors were relentless, their numbers overwhelming. The salamanders, though fierce, began to waver under the onslaught, their lines bending, their formation fraying, as the reality of the fight settled upon them. Vulkan fought at the forefront, his hammer swinging in great arcs, each strike sending traitors sprawling. Yet even he could not turn the tide alone. Around him, his sons fell, their lives given willingly, courageously, in a battle that was already lost. As the massacre wore on, it became clear that escape was no longer an option. The loyalist forces had been lured into a killing field, and every path of retreat was blocked.
I'm missing something to do cold.
cut off by the traitors' careful planning. The Iron Hands and the Raven Guard, too, were beset on all sides, their own legions scattered and torn by the assault. And though they fought with the fury of cornered beasts, they couldn't hold forever. They held as best they could, the salamanders forming a final ring of defense around their Primarch, a bulwark against the darkness that sought to claim them. Even as their numbers dwindled, they fought. As the massacre reached its terrible crescendo, Vulkan stood alone, his armor scorched, his hammer slick with the blood of enemies. Around him, his warriors lay fallen, their lives given in defense of their Primarch. By the end, the 3 legions loyal to the Emperor has been all but destroyed. Dragging themselves to Thunderhawk gunships in an effort to escape, the handfuls of survivors would be known as the Shattered Legions. Vulkan was captured, Corvus Corax, Primarch of the Raven Guard, had escaped, and Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands, was beheaded by his former brother, Fulgrim. Following the betrayal at Istvan V, Vulkan found himself beaten, unconscious, captured, and cast into the clutches of a nightmare. His strength, his loyalty, Even his very nature would be tested to their breaking point. He was taken captive by none other than his brother, Conrad Kurz, who held him not as an honored adversary, but as a trophy, a plaything, in a cruel game designed to strip Vulkan of his humanity and his hope. It was Kurz's twisted belief that he could shatter the unbreakable spirit of the fire, that he could drive Vulkan to the depths of despair and drag him down into darkness. In the cold, hollow chambers of the Night Lord's prison ships, Vulkan was bound and tormented, a captive within an endless nightmare. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, as Kurz inflicted upon him every cruelty his mind could devise. The cells where Vulkan was kept were dark and frigid, the air thick with a sense of dread that clung like a chill to the bone. In that place, hope faded quickly into distant memory. Again and again his body was broken, only for him to awaken, each time filled with the awful realization that his torment would never end. In the moments between torments, as Vulkan lay in the shadows of his cell, he thought of his legion, of the salamanders who had given their lives for him, of those few who remained. He thought of the teachings he had instilled within them, the fire of honor and compassion he had tried to kindle. And in that dark place, he clung to these thoughts, to the bond that tied him to his sons, to the unbreakable strength they had given him. It was this that Kurz could not touch, this flame of purpose that burned brighter even than his pain. In a final effort to break him, Kurz led Vulkan to a labyrinth, a place crafted by their brother Perturabo, the master of iron and fortifications. If Vulkan wanted to earn his freedom, all he had to do was
we're gonna make some orange.
Not only that,
this one is
Dawnbringer
done.
was somewhere in there to be found.
With gold, we're gonna make orange now.
This was no ordinary maze, however. It was a prison of despair.
Now I gotta
a
think.
place meant to crush the spirit, to drive even the strongest mind to madness.
Put yellow here.
Was cast into it, and as he wandered its twisting halls, he felt the weight of isolation,
Water
of hopelessness
there.
pressing upon him. The walls seemed to close in, cold
So,
and silent, each turn leading only to more darkness.
Oh, with
more
some red.
despair. Yet even here, Vulkan would not be broken.
Over
Step
there.
by step, he journeyed through the maze, his spirit kept strong by the memory
We'll
of his
need
brothers,
the
of his warriors,
extra
of the salamanders
small
who awaited his
brush.
return. In his heart, Vulkan
It's
knew
just
that
a
he was not alone.
little bit tinier brush
At
than
last,
the
after what felt like
small.
an eternity,
I need that one for the
Vulkan found his
eyes.
hammer, and with it,
Because I still have to do this guy's eyes, but I'll do that after I've done the face. We're now gonna mixy.
sending himself out of the impossible
Did.
labyrinth and across the galaxy to the atmosphere of the Ultramarines' homeworld. He had faced death and despair. He had endured the cruelties of a brother who had turned to darkness. Had failed to
More
close.
yellow.
So Vulkan returned to his rebirth, scarred,
Mixy.
but unbroken.
Mixy.
And they would rebuild.
Mixy. A little bit more yellow.
In the quiet aftermath of the Horus heresy, a time when even the stars themselves seemed to dim under the wounds of civil war, the few remaining salamanders returned to their home, to Nocturne, bearing the weight of loss and the sting of betrayal.
Perfect.
For years, they had fought
2 shades of
battles to
orange.
expand the galaxy. For years,
Alright,
they
so
had
we're
followed
taking
their
the
Primarch,
extra small brush.
their emperor. Now, their Primarch lay dead or captured, and the Great Crusade, the banner under which humanity had spread to the stars, lay captive. In those early days after the war, Imperial records would later show much of what the salamanders endured was veiled in obscurity. Their numbers were grievously depleted, and what few warriors remained were dejected and lost. And yet those embers did not go out entirely. Led by their captains and guided by the teachings Vulkan had instilled in them, the salamanders began the slow and painful work of rebuilding. They returned to the fortress monastery on Prometheus and began to plan. In the time of rebirth that followed the heresy, The galaxy saw another upheaval, though this one was not made by war, but by reform. Robert Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, stepped forward to author the Codex Astartes, a tome meant to guide the future of the Space Marines and prevent the horrors of civil war from ever ravaging the Imperium again. This new doctrine was bold and controversial, for Guilliman's plan required that each of the great legions be divided into smaller, more manageable chapters of no more than 1,000 warriors each. Guilliman believed that no single force should wield the power to rival the Imperium itself, a safeguard that he hoped would protect against the rise of another traitor like Horus. When Guilliman's edict reached the Salamanders, Vulkan had returned, and his voice joined in silent protest alongside the Space Wolves and the Imperial Fists, like his lost brothers Leman Russ and Rogel Dorn. Vulkan believed that unity was their strength. As the debates over the Codex Astartes stirred across the Imperium, Guilliman took counsel with the leaders of each remaining legion. Whatever words were exchanged between Guilliman and Vulkan remain unrecorded, their echoes fading with time. Yet in the end, Vulkan relented, and Guilliman agreed that the Salamanders were the only legion not to be divided. Perhaps it was because their numbers were far too few to form the several chapters Guilliman's plan required. Thus the Salamanders emerged from the time of rebirth as a single, unified chapter, the sole bearers of Vulkan's gene seed and traditions. Their path was set apart from other legions who, now scattered among successor chapters, held to the Codex Astartes with loyalty, though perhaps not with understanding. The Salamanders, true to Vulkan's teachings, walked their own path, honoring the Codex in many ways, yet keeping close to the values that their Primarch had instilled within them. To this day, the Salamanders maintain the 7 warrior houses of Nocturne, each named after one of the great settlements that dot the volcanic world. Each of these houses became a company within the chapter. For the Salamanders, a company was more than a unit. It was a family, a legacy handed down from their Primarch.
Oh, that actually looks fucking sick.
Alongside the 7 companies,
Bold with orange.
there remained the Scout Company,
Kinda dig it.
a unique and vital part of the Salamanders' ranks. Unlike the main houses, the Scouts have no settled home upon Nocturne. Instead, they reside in the high mountain ranges, living a life of trial and hardship, learning to endure as their forebears had endured. The chapter's numbers remained small, for Nocturne was a world sparse in population, and the Salamanders were choosy in whom they selected to join their ranks. It was a slow but steady process. With each generation, they grew stronger, their ranks replenished by those who had passed through the fires and emerged as true sons of Nocturne. The galaxy would continue to change, empires would rise and fall, yet the Salamanders would endure, their flame a beacon in the endless dark, a light that would not go out. And within the walls of their fortress on Prometheus, beneath the ever-watchful sky of Nocturne, they kept the memory of their Primarch alive, a legacy carved in fire and faith, enduring as the mountains, and as unbreakable as the bond between brothers. Of all the tales that weave through the history of the Salamanders, there are few as shrouded in mystery as the final fate of Vulkan, their beloved Primarch. The sons of Nocturne do not speak of him as one lost, but as one departed. In the years following the heresy, Vulkan returned to Nocturne, and for many centuries he remained among his people and his warriors, guiding them through the rebuilding of both the chapter and their homeworld. Legends tell that he strode through the ash-laden valleys and the fiery forges of Nocturne with a quiet resolve, his presence a comfort to the Salamanders as they pieced together their shattered ranks. For a time, it seemed that Vulkan would remain with them forever. After centuries of leadership, a change began to take shape, a shift in the way he walked and spoke, as if a new purpose had come upon him, one known only to him. It was said that he began to spend long hours in solitude, journeying far from the forges and halls of Prometheus, even venturing alone into the wildest reaches of Nocturne. Then one day he was simply gone. No word of farewell, no proclamation or final command, only silence where his presence had once been. The salamanders awoke to a world without their Primarch. The tales say that Vulkan departed on a quest known only to him, a journey across the stars, leaving his sons to uphold his teachings, to carry forward his vision for humanity. But Vulkan did not leave his sons empty-handed. In the deepest vaults of Prometheus, they found the Tome of Fire, a collection of texts and relics crafted by Vulkan's own hand. The tome was a legacy, a guide, its pages filled with writings that hinted at mysteries waiting to be unraveled. And with it, there was a task, a test woven into the very heart of the chapter, a quest for 9 artifacts scattered across the galaxy. Over the centuries, the chapter's Forgefather has become the keeper of this quest, a mantle passed down from one warrior to the next. The current Forgefather, Vulkan Haystan, bears 3 of these precious artifacts: the Spear of Vulkan, Kaesare's mantle, and the Gauntlet of the Forge. Upon Prometheus lie 2 more artifacts, the Chalice of Fire and the Eye of Vulkan, kept within the sacred halls of the fortress monastery, guarded with reverence. But 4 artifacts remain lost: the Engine of Woes, the Obsidian Chariot, the Unbound Flame, and the Song of Entropy, each one a mystery, hidden in the far reaches of the galaxy, waiting for the salamanders to prove themselves worthy of their Primarch's legacy. The Tome of Fire claims that only when all 9 artifacts are gathered by the Forgefather, when each piece of Vulkan's legacy has been reclaimed, will the final trial be complete. And in that moment, so the legend says, Vulkan himself will return, appearing as he did in ages past, to lead the salamanders in a final battle, a last stand against the enemies of humanity. For many of the salamanders, this quest is more than a duty. They believe that Vulkan watches over them, that he waits in the shadows of the galaxy, observing, guiding, and perhaps even testing them from afar. And so, the salamanders...
Whoa, I fell asleep.
Each battle step on the path set for them. Each day a chance to prove their worth. They search the stars
I get
for
that
the
feeling.
lost relics.
That means my voice is calming and this music is proper. Did you have a nice nap?
Closer to the day when he might walk among them once more. Until that day, the salamanders remain as he made them, warriors bound by duty, tempered by fire, each one a living legacy of their Primarch. They are his sons, his kin.
Well, you missed
forward his spirit.
this. I've been busy. I actually was on a break as well.
All was dust, shadow, and silence.
You missed my mixy song. Mixy.
Shapes of endless shelves and highlighting tiny motes of dust drifting
But
in the open space.
yeah.
Codicia Jareth moved through the rows of tomes and scrolls, wrapped in the hushed reverence that this place seemed to require. The Librarius was at the heart of the chapter's...
You got a cool voice, which is funny because you look like a bit like a Viking. Oh, good thing I live in Sweden.
Dedicated to the keeping of knowledge and history. And there was certainly history here. Stacked on shelves that seemed to go on forever were tomes as thick as a man's arm, ancient scrolls curled in on themselves the color of autumn leaves, and rose upon...
My next tattoo, something me and the missus already spoke about, is gonna be Hogen och Månen on here, och Yggdrasil on my back.
Some were bent over scrolls, quietly copying page after page, while others worked at the globe.
Because on my arms, here I got a dragon, and here I got a koi fish, so that's Japanese. I got 2 demons, two demons on this shoulder and a vampire on this shoulder. So I'm like collecting mythologies on my body.
From the contrasting chaos and own task today, and it was not a light one.
Well, the funny thing is, because I'm Dutch, you're German, we're both Germanic, so we all had in our ancestors, we all had the same gods, Odin, or Thor, or Freya, but they changed the names over centuries. In the Netherlands, it was Ik ben Vulgaris van Plantaris. I don't know anymore. But it's also just Germanic, as in Norse.
Jareth wondered at the assignment. What exactly was he meant to find? Even here, in the Librarius, where history sprawled from floor to ceiling, there were few mentions of the Alpha Legion that he knew of. And even those were scattered, fragments really, like pieces of an ancient puzzle, where most of the pieces had gone missing. His fingers trailed along the row of data crystals.
Oh, the gods are cool. Fuck yeah, yeah.
Faint labels etched onto each one. Most were
The funny thing is, here in Sweden,
treaties on war theory,
Thursday is called Thursday. So it's actually named after Thor, which is kind of funny.
Trade routes between areas of space he's never heard of. But then his hand stopped. Between two thick tomes, hidden just beyond easy reach, was a small, unmarked crystal covered in dust. It seemed old, almost shy, as if it had been tucked away to avoid attention. Curious, Jareth took the crystal in his hand. It felt cool to the touch, with a faint weight. He glanced around, half expecting some ancient scribe to appear out of the shadows and take it from him, but all was quiet. With a slight smile at his own hesitation, he moved to a nearby console and inserted the crystal. The machine whirred softly to life, bathing the screen in a gentle green glow. For a moment, nothing happened. But as he waited, the green light seemed to deepen, stretching faint shapes across the stone walls. Shadows played along the shelves, as if the Librarius itself were leaning in to watch.
This orange is done.
He glanced around the room.
What I might do is I might dry brush.
Their own studies. To them, it was just another day.
I need to learn how to freehand.
But to Jareth, something about the tucked away data
quickly
crystal had
as
made
well.
him curious.
So I'm gonna do this face and this face. Actually, gonna do this face first. Actually, I got orange ready, so I might as well.
Tasked with discovering the truth of a legion that seemed to have left only
Do all the orange now.
Letters sprang to life on the screen, and Jareth began to read. Notes on the Alpha Legion by librarian Jonah Varius. From the information I have managed to gather thus far, the Alpha Legion had been formed in the last days of the Emperor's great endeavor, the Great Crusade. It was an age of bold strides across the galaxy and terrible costs, a time when humanity's scattered remnants across the stars were brought under one unifying purpose. But for all the Emperor's power, foresight, and might, the formation of the Alpha Legion seemed different to the other legions of the Imperium. Even its creation is veiled in shadow. The Alpha Legion, the last of the Emperor's original 20
That side will be dry brushed
came
on.
into being in the final years of the unification wars on Terra. Some accounts say that the Emperor had planned for them all along, that even as the other legions rose and marched to war, the Alpha Legion was being shaped for an entirely separate purpose. They were not intended for storming city walls,
Kitty cat's back.
nor were they to strike fear into hearts through sheer brute force. The Legion, known also as the Ghost Legion,
One
was
orange
crafted
side
for
done
city
again.
walls. Their enemies would know fear only when it was far too late.
This is
They were to be a ghost. From the very beginning, their purpose has been wrapped in secrecy. This goes some way to explain why it's proving so difficult to find any reference of them. While the other legions rallied around banners and symbols of strength and valor, the Alpha Legion was far less direct. They were the Hydra, many-headed, infinitely adaptable, and remarkably resilient.
So, I was wondering, by the way,
creature
because
that
you're
you
from
think you
Germany.
can
Which part of
slay,
Germany?
but would come back twice as strong. To all outside observers, it seemed that the Alpha Legion's destiny was not to stand
Like to
shoulder
know
to
my
shoulder
viewers,
with
you know?
its brothers. Unlike the proud gleaming ranks of the Ultramarines or the blooded veterans of the Lunar Wolves, the Alpha Legion, was kept at a distance, isolated from its fellow legions. Rumors spread of their methods and purpose, sowing seeds of mistrust that would only grow with time. Indeed, there were tales that even the imperial court itself, the heart of the emperor's power on Terra, was not entirely informed of the legion's true purpose. There were other oddities as well. While most legions swelled with new recruits, bolstered by the emperor's need to populate his armies, the Alpha Legion's numbers remained small, rarely exceeding a few thousand warriors. This, of course, was a time before the Codex Astartes, so a few thousand was relatively small back then. Some said this was by necessity, that Terra's once rich pools of potential recruits had dwindled by the time the Alpha Legion took shape. Others suggested darker reasons, perhaps a defect in the gene seed, something flawed in their transhuman creation, or perhaps even an experiment best left untested on a larger scale. It's doubtful we will ever know for sure. But there was one more theory, one that lingered in the quiet of the Librarius, a whisper that persisted despite the passage of ages. It is called strategic preservation. This idea held that the Alpha Legion was not intended for open warfare, but rather for preservation as a specialized, isolated force. There were even suggestions that the Legion might have served as an experimental division, their very existence a prototype, a model of the ideal covert force. Some imagined that they were a precursor, a testing ground for something closer to the elite custodes, the Emperor's personal guard. What little is known of the Legion's early actions paints a picture of specialized, concealed operations. I have read accounts that speak of unidentified warriors carrying high clearance codes, moving through Imperial territories with an ease that bordered on the uncanny. They struck with precision, never leaving a trace of their presence, and often disappeared before their enemies even knew they were there. Some of their first campaigns, or what could be guessed of them, involved targeted assassinations, intelligence gathering, and sowing discord among Terra's remaining resistance. They were ghostly figures, nameless soldiers who vanished as quickly as they appeared. I would also note the heavy occurrence of Hydra symbolism.
That's that
it seems
one.
to be something of a philosophy, a way of being that informed their tactics. If one part of
No,
the
I got
Legion was
0 likes so far.
another would
Wait.
rise to take its place, seamlessly continuing the mission. Each head could act independently, a self-contained cell capable of regenerating, of redirecting itself to whatever purpose the
I'm
Emperor,
gonna say, like, what
or
the fuck?
perhaps even their own Primarch, had designed. The Legion's chosen
Not a
tactics
single one on
they
fucking
avoided the
YouTube.
brutal, direct strikes favored by their brothers. Instead, they sowed disorder, spreading misinformation and confusion among their enemies. They became masters of sabotage and manipulation, striking only when their opponents were at their most vulnerable. Jareth lingered on these
How's it
details,
going? I kick.
feeling the chill of understanding settle over him. There was something both awe-inspiring and eerie in the thought of a Legion, so dedicated to remaining unseen, so committed to
Refreshing
leaving no trace.
everything.
They seem to have been crafted to shift, to change, to move in shadows where others would stumble blindly. He glanced up from the console, his gaze moving over the silent shelves that loomed around him, the rows of ancient texts and forgotten records. Here, in the deep stillness of the Librarius, he felt the weight of history opening itself up to him, felt the presence of all those who had come
Well,
before
yep.
him and wrestled with these same mysteries. And for the first time, he understood just how little he truly knew.
Okay, that orange is also
Great
done.
Crusade.
Oh shit! Don't fucking fall, you cunt.
The writing continued. The following is an account of what little I could find on the Alpha Legion's role during the Great Crusade. The more fragments that are put together, the more a picture begins to emerge. Not a clear one, mind, but the shadowy outline. The Great Crusade was a time of explosive expansion, a bold push to reunite humanity's scattered remnants and bring them under the Emperor's rule.
Okay.
The Imperium's reach extended ever outward, from one system to the next.
This one.
But for every world brought into compliance, others seethed with rebellion, treachery, or had been overrun with Xenos races. Behind the Emperor's vision lurked old hatreds and renegade minds, remnants of Terra's ancient conflicts who resisted unification and resented imperial authority. No sooner was a world declared loyal than flickers of rebellion or corruption followed, often taking root in the heart of compliant worlds. Some threats, however, were of a subtler, deadlier kind.
Alright, done.
Insidious
Alright.
plots, half-hidden
That part is
conspiracies,
done.
rogue tyrants seeking power. All of these threatened to pick at the stitches holding together the Emperor's dream. And here,
This
it
one.
seemed, lay the purpose of the Alpha Legion in those early days.
Goal on this is
While most
looking
of the Emperor's
okay-ish.
legions marched
Could
forward,
retouch
clad
it
in bright
just a
colours
tiny
and
bit.
bearing their symbols proudly.
This is the wrong
The
brush.
Alpha Legion disappeared from the tale of conquest. For decades, official records made
Alright.
no mention of them.
Time to
When
hate
they did
ourselves
reappear,
again,
it was in
Haro.
brief references, little more
Time
than
to get the
footnotes
yellow.
against the galactic stage. Stray reports that spoke of strange warriors. Where there was mention of rebellion, the Alpha Legion stamped it out from within. When a tyrant began to hold too much power, the man was found dead with official records redacted. The effect was that an entire legion became a monster that hid in the night. A children's story that was brought into being. In time, whispers began to call this unseen force the Ghost Legion.
Oh, he's got eyes.
Mysterious Astartes came and went as they saw fit, leaving nothing but ruin.
I can pick
Some claimed that they bore no
water
markings at all, their armor
or
unadorned,
Coca-Cola.
or else wore the colors
Also,
of
I just
other
took a
legions,
break earlier.
blending into
I
ranks
already
not
walked a
their
little
own.
bit.
Jareth frowned,
But
imagining
good call,
the
good job.
confusion such
So, which one?
tactics must have sown among imperial forces and planetary governors
What?
alike.
Coca-Cola or water?
This record showed that, indeed, some commanders had even protested the
Let's go
presence
with
of
the
these
water one, shall we?
unidentified units. But higher authorities remained silent, their messages returning with the kind of clipped responses that suggested not all knowledge
Yeah,
was known
I
in
actually
common eyes.
had a cup of coffee earlier.
The thought was unsettling. To Jareth, like most of
Alright,
his
those
children,
eyes are
the
done.
Legion's
So,
Astartes were
I want to
champions,
do this guy's
warriors
face
meant
real
to
quick.
hold aloft the Emperor's light in
We're
the
swapping
darkest
between
places.
miniatures quite a lot.
Yet here, in the Alpha Legion, was a
I'm gonna
brief
make his
time
face
of Astartes
obsidian.
altogether, one willing to wear the
It's
eyes of another,
obsidian skin,
to
also
work
from
through
Army
deception
Painter. Hashtag not
rather
sponsored.
than strength. It was a
But I
strange,
just
alien
really like
concept, yet there was
Army
a
Painter.
twisted kind of
They're
logic
easy to get a hand on,
This, after
and
all,
they're just
was
great
an
paint so
era
far.
when the Imperium itself was young.
I
When
like their
humanity's
balls.
footing was still so unsure. Perhaps there had been wisdom in creating a legion suited to less direct tactics. A legion as adept at uprooting threats within
Alright.
as vanquishing foes without. For these tasks, such a legion must have proven invaluable. And though they'd left few records, the results spoke for themselves. Insurrections quelled before they began. Conspiracies
Let's
crushed
do a
before their
skin.
roots could spread. If the Alpha Legion had indeed operated as these so-called ghosts, it would explain the secrecy that surrounded them, even within the highest echelons of the Imperium. Jareth read on, but not all threats could be quashed with the swift blade and whispered word. As the Great Crusade expanded, so too did the need for visible strength, for battles fought openly and led by commanders whose banners inspired confidence. The Alpha Legion, though undeniably effective, was hardly the inspiring figure for an imperial campaign. And as more specialized imperial agencies emerged, the Officio Assassinorum, with its elite killers trained for precision strikes, the Custodes, the Emperor's own guard, and the Securitas in Consensus, a fledgling intelligence
Right, she's
network,
splitting.
the Alpha Legion's shadowed
Really
role
annoying.
was no longer so singular. Perhaps it was this evolution in the Imperium that led the Alpha Legion to shift their methods. With entire agencies devoted to rooting out internal threats, the Legion's covert talents may have been deemed less essential. Or perhaps, as some accounts speculate, the Alpha Legion's unique independence and adaptability made them hard to control, a thorn in the side of commanders unaccustomed to warriors who preferred their own counsel to open orders. However, in my search there are records, scattered and faded,
Time to hate
that
myself.
tell of Primarch Alfarius's arrival.
Again.
When the Alpha Legion met their Primarch, Alfarius, it seemed to have marked a new chapter in their strange story. Alfarius, had been the last of the Emperor's sons to be discovered, brought to Terra in the midst of the Great Crusade's full momentum. His arrival should have been a cause for grand celebration. Indeed, the record spoke of parades and endless ceremony. But as Jareth read on, he sensed a strangeness in the details, a formality, a distance that seemed to permeate the accounts. There was little in the way of warmth between father and son, and it was said that the Emperor spent only a
Fucking
short
hate
time
eyes.
with Alfarius before dispatching him to his legion. Jareth's eyes lingered on a single phrase, Alfarius Omegon. The record seemed to believe that Alfarius had a twin named Omegon. They shared the same face, the same keen mind, the same aptitude for deception and strategy. Together they embodied a paradox, two Primarchs, but also one, a single soul split into two. This secret was known only to the Alpha Legion, kept hidden from the other Primarchs. To the Imperium,
I haven't mentioned that I hate
was simply
ice.
one man,
Because ice
but within the legion,
suck.
both brothers operated as Alfarius, seamlessly switching between roles, leading and strategizing, as if they were two hands of the same body.
We'll deal with that later.
Alfarius was the Legion's face,
Got another
while
face
Omegon,
I need to
his
paint.
twin, was its shadow. The Emperor was said to know of their dual existence, though whether he had created them as such, or simply accepted this anomaly as part of his design, was not known, yet another unanswered question that surrounded the Legion. Here, at last, was a leader who understood them, who shared their gift for deception, for weaving shadows into tactics. In Alfarius, the Alpha Legion had found a reflection of themselves, a figure who could guide them to blend covert methods with traditional combat in a way that no one else could. Sometime after Alfarius's arrival, the Alpha Legion decided to step from behind the veil of obscurity and entered the Great Crusade's more visible ranks. No longer confined to the shadows, they began to walk among their brother legions, wielding their unique approach in open warfare. This emergence saw their tactics evolve, and, as far as I can tell, this is where we see them adopt the Hydra as their symbol, a beast that struck from multiple directions, impossible to fully conquer.
Okay.
Even in conventional battle, they preferred deception and misdirection, never letting the enemy know their true strength or intentions. They became
A bit
masters
of green.
of ambush,
My brush.
fence, and confusion, working not as a single unified force, but as a multi-headed beast that adapted to each fight as needed. They appeared strong where weak, weak where strong, and seemed to do the opposite of what was expected of them in any given conflict. The effect was effective misdirection. And yet, the shadows never truly seemed to have left them. They were no longer ghosts, but neither were they like the others. The Alpha Legion, though seen, was never truly understood. Even as they marched under the light of day, their motives and loyalties remained unclear. Jareth leaned closer to the console.
So what you missed,
This section
Hello,
was
is that
titled
I
simply
changed
The
my
Harrowing.
style of
The
painting
Alpha Legion's
with
methods
these
were proving
figurines
to be
just a little
strange,
bit
and its secrecy was a little unknown,
to
even to those well-versed in
use a
warfare.
sponge and use a different
And it was
shade.
here, in the account of their most
And
infamous
the
campaign,
shade already
that their
dried
darkness
already,
would become
so
apparent.
which is
As I've
absolutely
written,
mint, but it made
the
everything
Legion
very
had grown a
dark,
reputation for secrecy and ruthlessness. Yet here was another oddity.
which I kind of dig at some
Any
points.
member of the Legion might claim the name Alfarius, as if they were each an extension of the same being. Such a hive-like philosophy reminds me of tyrannid swarms. This practice is confusing to many. If an Alpha Legionnaire fell in battle, another would take up his role, still wearing the same name. In those days of the Great Crusade, in the Legion's most infamous campaigns, the ones I could find that were shrouded in terror and destruction, they became known as the Harrowing. The term harrowing seems to refer to a devastating method they had honed over time. It was a tactic meant to unravel, to reduce the enemy by tearing down from within. An Alpha Legion assault would begin long before any blade was drawn. They would begin with espionage, slowly weave in sabotage, infiltrating an enemy's walls, and turn friend against friend. Information would be stolen, alliances weakened. When the enemy was stretched to the breaking point, the Alpha Legion would finally strike, converging from all sides in a ruthless, multi-directional assault. There was no single unified force to defend against, no clear line or front. Their enemies, already reeling, would find themselves overwhelmed by a scattered, merciless tide of attacks. A harrowing was not a conventional battle, it was an execution. The Legion would make sure gates were open, communication lines had fallen silent, munitions destroyed, and military leaders were assassinated, all before they begin their true assault. And by that time, there was nothing that could be done. In one campaign, a region known as the Perfidian Gap had come under Alpha Legion scrutiny. The region was a mix of treacherous asteroid fields and scattered human colonies. The Legion moved in on these people with a chilling precision. They struck at night,
how I feel about
never
this
in the
style,
same
but
place twice,
I have a
vanishing before any real resistance could gather. Whole
mixed feeling
stations were
about it.
found deserted, and messages went silent mid-sentence, as though the messengers were simply erased from existence. Onlookers from neighboring systems could not confirm the exact nature of these attacks. It is no surprise that the Alpha Legion's methods began to fuel rising distrust among their peers. Where the Raven Guard employed stealth to protect, the Alpha Legion used it to destroy with a cruelty that seemed at odds with the Imperium's vision. Some, like Robut Guilliman, found their tactics distasteful, even dishonorable. He despised their tendency for convoluted ambushes and unnecessary games, particularly after the campaign on Testra Prime. Here, rather than seize a straightforward victory, the Alpha Legion allowed the enemy to dig in, only to spend a week picking apart their defenses through carefully orchestrated ambushes. By the end, the defenders had lost nearly all of their forces without ever truly engaging. When asked why he hadn't simply overwhelmed them, Alpharius was said to have replied with a faint smile. It would have been too easy. Not all saw it this way. Horus, the War Master, and Ever the Tactician, valued their skills. He saw potential in their methods and granted them a freedom to operate as they saw fit. Despite this, the Alpha Legion excelled at campaigns of compliance, bringing world after world into the Imperium. Rebellions were quelled before they began. Warlords toppled before they could consolidate power. They understood the language of fear and wielded it with mastery, rooting out those who would resist the Emperor's vision. And in their ranks they welcomed not only Astartes, but other forces, rogue traders, local operatives, even Xenos mercenaries, all woven into their web of influence. But it wasn't enough to win. They had to dismantle. It was as though the Alpha Legion were compelled to prove their mastery, not only of the enemy, but of the art of war itself. The simplicity of straightforward compliance held little appeal for them. No, they had to reduce the enemy to despair, to show them the futility of resistance through shadow and silence. As the years passed, their methods grew more extreme, almost detached from the Imperium's goals. They appeared to revel in their ability to destroy, their elaborate tactics bordering on malevolence. As Jareth looked up from the monitor, he found himself looking over his shoulder, half expecting to see one of their shadowy figures lurking behind him. He hesitated as he reached the next section. Here was the account of the Alpha Legion's final turn, the moment they crossed a line into heresy. He read on.
But so the fun fact
2
about
years
the
before
Alpha
the
Legion,
heresy
it's
began,
unclear if they're actually
Alpharius and
in the...
Omegon, the twin Primarchs, were approached by a figure named John Grammaticus. On the barren world of Nurth, Grammaticus was no human man. He was an agent of the Cabal, an alien confederation who claimed knowledge of the future, and he carried with him a prophecy
A
that
little
by
bit
all
more
accounts
guarding
would
green.
start the Legion down a path to the other side.
Whoa, Swick,
Jareth
just
read on,
read it. Hello,
nothing
welcome
was
to the
seen.
Bolt Tavern.
The barren, echoing emptiness of
Hello.
Twilight
Okay,
Plains
alert doesn't
Join
work, but
Primarchs,
hello
standing
there.
shoulder to shoulder.
What I'm
This
doing,
was grammatical
I am
scaffolding
painting
that would change the course of their lives.
salamanders
The Cabal's prophecy revealed the impending civil war
of
that
the
would
third
develop
company
the Horus heresy.
of Warhammer.
It also revealed two
Don't mind this
things as a
one. This
result.
one lost his arms.
If the Emperor
But
triumphed,
welcome
the
in.
Imperial
What were you
would endure,
playing? What you
but it would
doing?
slowly
That gold
stagnate
shiny
over
for
the following
you.
10 to 20 millennia and decay.
Rip arm.
It was this
yeah.
realization that
The
the
arms are
power
here.
would be swallowed whole by the
They
darkness
fell
of
off.
chaos.
They fell
If
off.
Horus won, on the other hand,
I'll re-glue them
humanity would be
later.
destroyed, but with it,
So what were you
chaos
playing?
itself would
What
fall,
were you doing?
forever severed from its psychic ties to the human soul, from which it gets so much of its power. Faced with this choice,
How big this
Alpharius
army?
and Amazian saw a grim logic in the Cabal's prophecy. They believed that the
Well,
Emperor
I hope
too,
so. So,
might choose a costly victory over
hold on.
chaos if it meant a final
Can we ignore the armless guy?
Therefore, they reasoned that their loyalty
I was
to the
fully
Emperor
paid. No,
would
I
be
started
earned
3
only
weeks
by
ago.
winning a path
So,
to because this path
yeah.
would see an end to chaos. And so, reluctantly, the Alpha Legion chose to support Horus.
I don't know what a
incoming
pagoda is.
convinced
So
that
let's,
by ending his rebellion,
we got the
they would
armless
sow
guy.
the seeds for chaos's ultimate defeat. Their loyalty to the Emperor became
Let's
their reason
move
for
the
treachery.
webcam just a tiny
The
bit back.
Legion's decision to align with Horus was
Ta-ta.
known only to Alpharius
Hold
and
on.
Megon, but it cast a dark shadow over an already darkening galaxy. Jareth felt the chill of it, the strange twisted nobility that led the Alpha Legion into heresy. This was not the path chosen by rage or lust for power, as had been the reason for so many others. It was a calculated sacrifice, a gamble they believed would defeat the ultimate enemy. They would become traitors,
Oh, we're not done
willingly
yet.
damned,
Hold on.
in hopes of achieving a victory for the Imperium.
The
The path they chose brought them closer to the darkness they wanted to destroy.
Let's zoom out a
This
little
was
bit.
the paradox that followed them, a shadow they could not escape. Even as they
Out of
fought under
focus.
the banner of Horus,
No, leave
they
out of
did
focus
so with a
down.
cry for the Emperor.
What?
To the
You get to
loyalist
see my belly a
this
little
battle
bit more.
cry must have seemed a cruel taunt, but for the Alpha Legion, it was a twisted
hold on.
affirmation of purpose. They saw themselves as secret loyalists, their devotion hidden behind an act of ultimate betrayal. When the heresy erupted, the Alpha Legion's allegiance was first put to the test in the infamous Drop Self massacre on Istvan. In those moments, the Alpha Legion's mastery of infiltration and misdirection revealed itself as a terrible weapon.
So what is a
swirled that
pagoda?
Alpharius
It doesn't stop.
himself
No, it doesn't
had
stop.
helped
I started 3
orchestrate the
weeks ago.
massacre, using his intricate web of spies and operatives to lure the loyalists into a trap. Yet their role in the heresy was not limited to direct combat. While other legions pursued open war, the Alpha Legion deployed a network of agents to sow chaos across the galaxy.
I got
Through
one
spies
moment.
and
Let's do this a little bit
they
different
incited
because
rebellion in distant worlds, toppled local governments, and left a trail of destruction
live.
far beyond the battlefield. They infiltrated
This one.
cities and councils, spreading
Video
dissent,
device.
destabilizing worlds before a single
It's your webcam,
legionnaire
bro.
set foot upon them. From the few books that cover the subject, we can learn that the way in which they waged war at the time did not go unnoticed. Even Horus began to further distrust the Alpha Legion, uneasy with their opaque motives. He saw their skill, their brutal
A pagoda
efficiency,
is a Buddhist
and
temple.
yet
Ooh,
sensed that
cool.
they followed their own agenda.
But you got. I think you'll get the drift right now.
The Alpha Legion's loyalty to chaos was thin, a cloak they wore for necessity rather than belief. To Horus, they were an asset, but one that operated with a will all its own, a legion apart, even among traitors. Jareth could not shake the feeling of tragedy in these accounts. The Alpha Legion's fall to heresy had none of the righteousness of rebellion.
Okay,
There
so
was a clear
all this
contamination
and more in
that had
3 weeks.
driven
Yeah,
some traitors.
I
Instead,
don't want to talk
they
about. I
had
don't have a
embraced
job.
strange kind of self-sacrifice, a willingness to be condemned for what they believed was a greater purpose. In their minds,
I
they had
currently
never
have no
abandoned the
job.
Emperor. Even as they wrought destruction across the stars, they believed themselves to be loyalists in secret, warriors whose true allegiance was hidden behind the folds of betrayal. Their methods, their shadowy
Yeah,
tactics,
it is.
their
It's absolutely
ruthless
meant.
efficiency, all served a purpose that no one could understand. And if they were wrong, if the prophecy that led
Yeah,
them
the
to
rest is just in
was
prime
flawed,
code.
then
How?
their legacy would be one of catastrophe. The console
Thing is in the
glowed
primer.
darkly on Jareth's face as he read further.
There
into
is
the
no
record.
great power
On
left.
Earth 7,
But this
detailed the
is
Alpha
my
Legion's
current
role
army.
in the
This is all
Confederacy
salamanders. I don't know how many. Oh wait, I've
Here,
got one.
accounts of their work, beginning on Istvan.
I have no great power at the moment. I assembled every single one,
Against Horus's
and
Loyalist legions
I
were to
am
descend
painting
upon
this one. I am
bringing
putting
punishing
into the
fury
Squidmer
to crush
Open
the
competition,
traitors
and I'm also
under.
putting in a army, as
Yet
you
the
can tell.
second wave, made up of legions
So
who
it's
had once
mainly
sworn
repainting a
loyalty
couple of
to the
things to
Emperor,
fit the
did not
third
bring
company of the
salvation.
salamanders.
Instead, they were made up of
Um,
traitors, and Horus brought them to bear on the
and now I
unspeakable
kind of
souls.
lost which one I was working on.
As I briefly wrote
But yeah,
earlier,
no.
the Alpha Legion
This
played
one
a
is going to
pivotal role in
be
this ambush.
already
Under
beating many
orders from
people. I
Horus,
don't know.
they arrived as part of the
I
second
don't
wave
play. I
alongside
play
other traitor legions,
MTG
ostensibly there to
mainly.
reinforce the
Magic the
First Wave's
Gathering.
assault on Horus. For a moment, it seemed as though
I
these
like I said, I
reinforcements
started the
would save
hobby 3
Loyalist
weeks
Legion.
ago.
The Iron
A
Hand,
good friend of
the
mine who's also
Salamanders,
been in my
and the
channel
Raven
for a
Guard.
long time sent me a lot of
At a critical
units,
the
which
Alpha
I then
Legion
assembled
turned on their supposed
and
allies,
primed
unleashing an
and
orchestrated
yeah,
assault
all that kind of
that
fun stuff.
devastated the Loyalists.
So yeah, but
Rogue
tell me more
Dawn,
about you.
who had
Where you from?
trusted Alfaria
How did
and
you
believed in the Alpha Legion's loyalty,
how was your
found
stream?
himself
Tell me
the
more about
victim
that.
of that trust.
Well,
And
I
that trust was the key to the massacre's success.
put everything back.
The betrayal on Istvan 5 had the Alpha Legion's forces move as one, striking with a precision that defied chaos, blending ambushes with direct, overwhelming assaults. Within hours, the once unified Loyalist forces had splintered, struggling to regroup, but already too scattered to resist. The Iron Hand's Primarch, Ferrus Manus, fell to Fulgrim's blade, the Salamander's Vulkan vanished,
Everything that's
and
primed to the
Corax,
side.
the Raven Guard's Primarch, barely escaped with his life. The Loyalists who survived, those now called the Shattered Legions, would spend months attempting to flee, hunted across Istvan by traitor forces. But the
Boy!
drop site massacre was only the
I'm Irish. Just want to pass on the lovely rights I just got.
in the chaos
Have a
that
lovely day,
followed,
evening.
the Alpha
See you,
Legion
Brand.
embraced its role as
And if
Horus's
you ever
instrument
want to
of
stop in,
subterfuge,
you know where to
serving
find me.
from within the Imperium's own ranks.
Well, thanks for
They
joining him.
continued to operate as both spies and saboteurs, slipping between enemy lines and feeding vital intelligence to the War Master's forces. The Legion's agents penetrated deep, gathering knowledge about the Sol System's defenses,
I legit
recording weaknesses
forgot
in the
which
palace's
one I was painting.
fortifications, and passing this intelligence directly to Horus. At the same time, they twisted the story of Istvan, spreading
I played
rumors of
games, mostly
disinformation
started building
across
art
Loyalist
models, and now
territory,
got into painting one.
casting
Ooh,
doubt
nice.
on the loyalty of the Emperor's own
Let
allies.
me
On
quickly
Imperial
back over
worlds, they
to the
painted the Loyalists as
this screen.
desperate and deluded,
because nobody wants to see my
defenders of a
big fat
doomed
tummy.
empire. And as these tales spread, a darkness
Ooh,
began to
I actually want to
seep
do
into
a
the
little bit
hearts
of
the
working on
Imperial
that
spear.
one. Been
Yet
working on
perhaps
that
the most
one.
insidious of the
I
Alpha
think.
Legion's operations
That one was already
involved the
done-ish.
Raven Guard. After the slaughter on Istvan, Corax had retreated to his homeworld of deliverance, determined to rebuild his shattered legion. The Alpha Legion saw this as an opportunity
I
to
played games,
pursue
mostly started
and
building
disrupt
art
any
models, and
efforts
now I
that
got
could restore
got
strength
talking
to
into
the
painting one.
Loyalist cause.
Well, you gotta
The
love your
skies
chat
had
now,
followed
don't
the
you?
Raven
They're
Guard.
always telling you to do
Their
something.
operatives infiltrated Corax's forces, blending in, watching.
This
waiting.
one needs gold still.
They collected
Might as well paint that
intelligence
gold.
on Corax's desperate attempt to rebuild his legion
With that one.
through genetic manipulation, using a sample of the Emperor's own genetic material to accelerate the creation of new Astartes.
So what kind of games?
In secret, the Alpha Legion tampered with that genetic material, corrupting it with subtle mutations. And so, when Corax's new soldiers emerged, many were twisted, monstrous shadows of what they were meant to be.
Yeah, and I
barely
fall for what?
recognizable as
Yeah,
Astartes.
no, I know that feeling.
As the Deliverance uprising took root among the
I
Templars,
recently just got back
Kiara,
into
the name
streaming,
of the forger
as
of
in
Vaulting
legit a
Deliverance,
couple of
the Alpha
2 weeks
Legion's
ago-ish.
operatives seized upon the opportunity to
So
sow
I know
further
exactly
discord.
how you feel.
Again,
Mm,
posing as
This
Raven
one is already
Guard,
orange.
they fueled
I'm
the
working on that
rebellion,
one. This one
encouraging
can.
division and unrest that
Oh, I
weakened
need this one to
Corax's
put gold. I got
forces
gold on my
even
palette now as
further.
well. So
Though the
Might as well do
rebellion
that
was
real
ultimately
quick.
crushed, the damage to the Raven Guard was deep.
We
In
finish
time,
these.
Alfarius would turn these stolen genetic discoveries to his own purposes, though he shared only fragments of his knowledge with Fabius Bile of the Emperor's children, withholding the true secrets for himself. It seems to be true that, despite
First
their
person
loyalty to
shooter
Horus,
simulator
the
games.
Alpha
Cool.
Legion's motives continued to remain obscure
Nice.
throughout the Civil War.
When I'm
When
not
approached
streaming, I
again by
tend to
the
play
alien Cabal,
survival
seeking
games
to
like
influence the Legion further, Omegon himself
call
reportedly
it?
declared their independence.
Where's my alerts not working?
The Alpha Legion would answer to no one but itself, following a path defined by its own inner principles and loyalties.
Huh.
As the Galaxy
I
matured
like
in
play
fame, the
survival
Alpha Legion's
games.
methods grew darker. Their legacy, which began as the harrowing,
This one
grew
needs
to seal their place
gold.
as the
This one still
Imperium's
needs
ultimate
gold.
nightmare.
This one needs
Jareth
gold.
Lee
Might as well do
Ford,
some gold work.
absorbed in the unfolding accounts. The next pages chronicled the Alpha Legion's role in several key conflicts during the heresy,
Alright.
battles that bore the mark of their elusive primarchs,
Alright,
Alpharius
so
and Omegon. I found the information detailed in the next section directly
Let's
in the
finish this
archives of the
head.
Imperial Palace. The first account concerns a blockade at Kondax.
this one I
Alfarius,
wanted to do
in an
something
effort to
on
hamstring the Imperium's war effort, sent his legions to block the White Scars,
with a banner so
led
you
by
can
their
move.
Primarch Jagatai
Federating
Khan,
around, but
from leaving
who's
the
gone?
Kondax system.
Cheers for hanging into.
The Kondax
Thank you
system
so
is
much
a
for
time
entrusting
resource
your
system
community
of
to the
the
Bolt
Milky Way
Tavern.
galaxy that is made up of
And
6 worlds: Epihelicon,
if you ever
Terrace,
feel the need,
Chondax, Hondorol,
you know,
Laertiax,
come
and
by
Phoenix,
anytime you want. There's
the
always a
furthest
bar
of the
available here.
outlying planets.
We're
Alfarius
empty
knew
Bolt.
that if the Khan
We're an empty
joined the
tavern.
Loyalists, he could become
Alright,
a formidable
so
force
we
for the
get it.
Emperor, and one
I want to
that could
redo this
potentially
gold a little
disrupt
bit.
Horus's
I'll
plans.
be back.
To stop this, he devised a plan
Okay.
to isolate the White Scars,
So,
keeping them hidden
we're
until the
quickly gonna do
heresy
some
for as
tiny
long
bit
as
of gold.
possible. The Alpha Legion set up a pylon array
media-
around the Kondax
Well.
system, jamming all communications in and out. It was a subtle maneuver designed to ensure that no word of Horus's rebellion reached the White Scars within. The blockade kept the White Scars insulated from the ongoing civil war, as they received no news from Terra.
What time is it
and
anyway?
No orders beyond their initial
Oh
assignment.
shit, it's 5.
For months, they remained cut off from the galaxy, engaging in minor skirmishes, all the while unaware of the maelstrom of war raging around them. In an effort to draw the White Scars out into the open expanse
And
of
that
space,
gold is done.
Omegon led a strike to destroy Tenebrae 950,
You're a little bit
an
closer
asteroid
again.
base the Alpha Legion had secretly established. The attack was made under the guise of a security leak, but in truth, it was a way of manipulating what information was allowed in and out of the system, allowing just enough information to slip through the cracks for the White Scars to pick up fragments of truth, just enough
My
to
alert's
draw
not
them
working?
into the open. Now that information was getting through the blockade, the White Scars intercepted a signal from Terra and an order to return to Terra from Rogel Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists and Praetorian of Terra itself. This order prompted the Scars to immediately prepare for departure, their forces leaving the surface and into Kondax space. Here they were met with the full force of the Alpha Legion's flotilla, and while no shots were fired, all efforts made by the Scars to
funky.
communicate were fruitless. The Alpha flotilla simply hung in space, watching. Having been given an order not to fire unless fired upon, and to ensure that the Alpha Legion were not to come within
Mass
engagement
production.
range, the Khan began preparations for his fleet to leave Kondax space and return to Terra. This prompted a reaction from the Alpha Legion, who, instead of firing or engaging their heavier battle cruisers, simply kept moving in front of the Scars path out of the system, shepherding them like a dog would a flock of sheep. Jagatai Khan, becoming frustrated with this, ordered his fleet to form an arrowhead and use their superior jump drives to pierce through the Alpha Legion's blockade. Curiously, the Alpha Legion did not deploy its full strength against the White Scars. The blockade fell.
That
and the
gold is
Khan and his
done.
Legion
Oh,
managed to escape.
don't fall over.
This move,
Say.
allowing the White Scars to slip free with relatively little resistance, was a mystery to Imperial commanders who reviewed the records. Some suspected it was a calculated decision, part of a larger scheme known only to Alfarius and Omegon.
Report.
From what limited information I could find, the records show that the Battle of the Alaxis Nebula came soon after. After failing to contain the White Scars in the Kondak system, Alfarius redirected his efforts toward the Space Wolves. Leman Russ and his Legion of Wolves had recently led
Oh,
a
the
brutal
Space Wolves.
campaign
That's also an
against
army
the
I'm
Civil
really
War
wanted to paint.
after their Primarch
I
Magnus
am
Red
looking really forward
warned
to
the
start
Emperor
painting like
on the use of sorceries.
what you call it?
Leman Russ had suffered heavy losses
The
in
Space
battle
Wolves.
and bore a bitterness over the loss of his fallen
They
king.
seem like a really cool
His fleet
chapter to
was
paint.
now resting in the Alaxis Nebula. For Alfarius and the Alpha Legion, the weakened state of the Space Wolves presented an opportunity he could not ignore. Horus tasked the Alpha Legion with assaulting the Space Wolves, hoping to prevent them from reaching Terra in time to defend the Emperor's throne. Alfarius, however, had no love for Russ. The animosity between them was well known. Russ even went so far as to outwardly criticize the Alpha Legion and the way they conducted themselves. While the Alpha Legion embraced secrecy and subtlety, the Space Wolves fought with a raw, straightforward brutality, one that Alfarius found crude, even tiresome. The Alaxis Nebula was a fitting arena for an encounter. Its dense gas clouds and treacherous asteroid fields provided ample cover and allowed the Alpha Legion to harry and ambush their quarry with minimal exposure. The Space Wolves soon found themselves surrounded, their fleet assailed from all angles by an Alpha Legion armada that seemed to shift and disappear in the obscuring asteroid fields and gas clouds. Leman Russ, worn from months of bitter war, retreated to his quarters, leaving his first captain, Gunnar Gunhilt, to lead the defense. But despite their legendary resilience, the Space Wolves struggled to hold against
On
the
to the
constant
next
pressure of Alpha
gold.
Legion hit-and-run tactics. Morale faltered. Even the Wolves' renowned courage began to waver under the relentless assault. In a moment of desperation, Russ sent a distress signal to the White Scars, hoping Jagatai Khan would intervene. Yet Alfarius had anticipated this move. His agents had already seeded false astropathic messages, casting suspicion on the loyalty of the Space Wolves. When the call for aid reached the Khan, he found himself torn, uncertain whether to trust the message or believe that Russ had indeed turned to Horus's side. Unable to risk aiding a potential traitor, Jagatai held back, leaving Russ and his warriors to fend for themselves. The Alpha Legion pressed harder, boarding parties striking deep into the Space Wolves' fleet. In a daring move, Alfarius himself, disguised among his elite Larnian Terminators, led a boarding action onto the Hrafnkel, Russ's flagship.
That's
Alfarius,
another gold done.
in his armor, moved through the chaos, and there, on the bridge of the Hrafnkel, he finally confronted his brother. I could find only one account of the duel, said to be silent, but for the clash of blades and the crackle of shattered armor. For Russ, this was a personal vendetta, a chance to strike back against the traitors who had betrayed their oaths. But for Alfarius, it was a chance to prove himself against the brother who had looked down on him. The brothers clashed, neither yielding, their strikes ringing out in the confined space of the bridge. The tide of the battle only turned when the Dark Angels,
Mic a little
responding
bit
to the
lower
Space
again.
Wolves' distress signal, arrived in force. Led by the formidable
That gold is
Starfleet
done.
Terra, the Dark Angels tore through the Alpha Legion's
Another
fleet,
layer of gold on
joining their
you.
firepower with that of the Space Wolves. With this reinforcement, the Alpha Legion's advantage dissolved, and their strategy of isolation faltered. Outmatched, Alfarius gave the order to retreat, withdrawing his fleet and allowing the battered Space Wolves to escape annihilation. As the final days of the Horus Heresy began to unravel,
You move to the
the
side.
Alpha Legion prepared for what would turn out to be one of their most daring missions to date. They had slipped through the shadows of the Imperium for years by this point, and, In the setting sun of the rebellion, they set their sights on the solar system itself. Their target, the Imperium's astropathic monitoring network on Pluto's moon,
Okay.
Hydra, a vital link in the vast network of communication that kept the Imperium unified. If they succeeded, they could sever the Emperor's reach, isolating the defenders of Terra from the rest of the Imperium. Alfarius led the mission himself,
Why do I have
accompanied by his
stream
elite Lenaean
elements?
terminators.
Why
Under the
stream
cover of
elements saying that?
darkness, they slipped past the Imperial defenses,
Well,
moving
just that.
closer to their target like ghosts. But the Imperium was not defenseless. By this time, Archimus, the master of the Huskarls and trusted guardian of Rogel Dawn, had anticipated the Legion's plans. Through deduction and years of study into the Alpha Legion's tactics, Archimus had pieced together their likely objective. And so, while Alfarius and his forces moved in shadow, Archimus gathered a strike force and set out to intercept them, determined to protect the Imperium's lifeblood.
Okay.
As the two forces converged, the battle erupted into a series of brutal skirmishes. The Alpha Legion struck with their usual precision, but
Oh, I already gave you your second code. So that one already has the second code.
Countering the ambushes with defiant
What was your
courage.
objective?
The clash grew desperate, each side locked in a deadly contest, neither willing to concede the battlefield. However, through attrition, the Huskarl defense was all but wiped out, and Archimus was badly wounded.
Oh,
When it
you
seemed
can
like
go
defeat
back.
was inevitable, the Phalanx, Rogel Dawn's formidable star fortress, arrived with a fleet of Imperial reinforcements. Using the
I was
gravity
working on
wells of
this
the
code.
solar system to slingshot their ships with surprising speed, Dawn's forces materialized into the fray, catching the Alpha Legion off guard. The defensive emplacement on Pluto's moon of Kerberos was captured
All right.
and silenced by the reinforcements, knocking out a key strategic position for the Alpha Legion. The Phalanx, bristling with weaponry, unleashed a salvo of weapon barrages.
Oh shit! I have
its
to do this
guns
guy's
hammering the
eyes.
Legion's
That's why I
positions
was
like
not
rain on a tin
doing
roof.
anything.
What had seemed a stealth mission had now turned into a fierce, open conflict. Dawn led the charge himself, descending with his Huskarls into the heart of the battle. His target was clear, the astropathic relay at Hydra, where Alfarius and his Lenaeans were holding their ground. Dawn's forces fought their way forward, the Imperial fists advancing with a
Also, thank you
steadiness
for
that
the
had earned
follow
them their
earlier.
reputation, carving a path
Brand.
through the enemy.
I didn't get the notification
In
on
the
Twitch,
heart of
but I
the
did get it
astropathic
on
chamber,
the email.
Dawn found his brother waiting. The two Primarchs faced one
That was
another
kind
in
of fucking
silence,
weird.
an empty space of loyalty and betrayal lying between them.
It doesn't work. What the fuck?
Of deception stood unflinching, dark and gleaming, the pale spear held loosely in his hand. Dawn, the stalwart defender of the Imperium, held his chainsword, its blade already slick with the blood of Alfarius's men. The duel that followed was a clash of opposites, a brutal dance between the fortress and the shadow. Alfarius fought with the guile and fluidity of a viper, his movements reflecting years of covert warfare. He wielded the pale spear with lethal grace, his attacks
weird.
weaving like a serpent, probing for an opening in Dawn's iron defense. Dawn, by contrast, fought with the solidity of a fortress standing firm against a storm. For a moment it seemed that Alfarius had the upper hand. The pale spear struck true, slicing through Dawn's defenses and drawing blood. But as Alfarius prepared to deliver the final blow, a figure stumbled into the fray.
Yep, that's better.
Archimus, mortally wounded, but driven by an unwavering loyalty to his Primarch. He raised his weapon, striking at Alfarius in a desperate attempt to protect Dawn. The blow failed to find its mark, but it gave Dawn the moment he
We
needed.
are done with the
With a surge of
fucking
strength,
gold.
Dawn seized the pale spear, twisting it from Alfarius.
Now I'm gonna hate my life.
In a swift, brutal motion, he brought his sword down, severing Alfarius's hands and disarming him completely. Alfarius staggered, and Dawn delivered a final, devastating strike to his brother's skull, ending the life of the Primarch. As the Alpha Legion forces realized their Primarch had fallen, they withdrew from Pluto, slipping back into the void. The astropathic relay was safe, and the Imperium's lines of communication remained intact. Far across the stars, Omegon felt the severing of his twin's life, as if it were a blade passing through his own heart. The bond between the twins was strong, a shared consciousness that could be felt across vast distances. With Alpharius's death, a part of Omegon died as well. But in that moment of loss, Omegon made a choice. He would take up his brother's mantle, becoming the sole leader of the Alpha Legion. And from that moment forward, he would bear his brother's name. The Alpha Legion's path would shift in the aftermath of Alpharius's death. No longer bound by Horus's direct orders, Omegon, now calling himself Alpharius, led the Legion in a series of delaying actions. They did not join the traitor forces in the assault on Terra. Instead, they chose their own path, striking at smaller loyalist forces, diverting them from reaching the Imperial Palace. Through these actions, the Alpha Legion continued to serve its purpose, moving like shadows on the fringes of the conflict, creating diversions and false trails. On Talon, they intercepted a White Scars contingent, embroiling them in a series of hit-and-run skirmishes that kept them occupied and far from Terra. On Yarant, a small detachment of Space Wolves found themselves ambushed by Alpha Legion operatives, forced into a protracted battle that sapped their strength and delayed their advance. These actions, though smaller in scale than the grand battles raging around Terra, had a significant impact, sapping the strength of the Loyalist forces and delaying reinforcements that might have tipped the balance of the final siege. The death of Alpharius had left a scar on the Legion, but it also cemented their unity. The Legion was now truly one, bound together by the legacy of their fallen Primarch. Their battle cry for the Emperor became a paradox, a twisted loyalty uttered by traitors who believed themselves to be the Emperor's true inheritors. And as the heresy came to a close, the Alpha Legion faded into the blackness of space. In the shadowed halls of the Librarius, Jareth read of the Alpha Legion's fate in the wake of the Horus heresy. When the fires of rebellion were finally quenched on Terra and Horus lay dead, the other traitor legions fled to the Eye of Terror, seeking refuge in the warped realms of chaos. But the Alpha Legion, slipping into the unknown reaches of the galaxy, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and lingering fears. He looked down and continued to read the contents of the data crystal. In my search for more recent information on the Alpha Legion, the records become scarce, a tangle of rumors and scattered reports. Some claimed they had gone east, far from Imperial pursuit, pursuing objectives known only to their shadowy leaders. Did they still serve some twisted version of the Emperor's will? Or had they wholly embraced the rebellion they had once seen as a means to a higher end? One battle, however, stands out among these scraps of information, a skirmish that seems to define the Alpha Legion's post-heresy legacy and reveal both their strength and their fragility. This is the Battle of Escrador, where they clashed with the Ultramarines and their Primarch, Robert Gilliman. Escrador is a world we rarely hear about these days, a land of rugged mountain valleys and dense forests, the kind of terrain Alpharius, if indeed it was Alpharius who commanded the Legion now, favored for his guerrilla tactics. The Alpha Legion moved as they always had, striking from unexpected angles, ambushing patrols, and setting traps for the Ultramarines who followed their trail. Gilliman, by contrast, was known for his structured, methodical approach, his tactics solid and predictable. Alpharius also had access to all of the known historical information about the tactics used by Gilliman, which created something of a stalemate in their initial encounter. But Gilliman, aware of the Alpha Legion's penchant for exploiting expectations, changed his own strategy, leading his warriors in an unsupported night assault deep into the heart of the Alpha Legion's positions. It was a bold move, and one that Alpharius, had not anticipated. Soon the Ultramarines had the Legion
Okay.
cornered in a valley, outnumbered 5
Nice.
to 1.
It's coming
It
together,
was in
this
this
one.
ambush that Alfarius, or his twin Omegon, was killed by Guilliman. It seems no one knows for certain if it was truly Alfarius or his twin who faced Guilliman that night, but in death, as in life, the Alpha Legion was not easily defeated. When the news spread through their ranks that their Primarch had fallen, the Alpha Legion did not scatter. Instead, they responded with a counterattack that shocked even the Ultramarines, striking Guilliman's forces with such reckless abandon that he was forced to order an orbital bombardment to end the threat. The mountain valleys of Escredor burned under the relentless fire of Ultramarine guns, but still, this was not enough to eliminate the Alpha Legion outright. The fall of their Primarch, rather than weakening the Alpha Legion, seemed only to embolden them. Where Guilliman had expected their defeat to be final, they instead fragmented into smaller, autonomous warbands, each cell as disciplined and deadly as the whole. They spread like the heads of the Hydra they bore as their emblem, each warband moving independently, hidden across the galaxy. These splintered factions established bases in asteroid fields, on derelict space hulks, and on barren worlds that the Imperium would never think to search. From these shadowed hides, they launched raids and spread chaos, a legion that could not be hunted down, each fragment of it acting with the same philosophy as before. But it was not just warfare they waged. The Alpha Legion continued to be master
Why is
manipulators of
chat
rebellion,
gone all of a sudden?
orchestrating the rise of chaos cults on countless Imperial worlds.
Weird.
Gareth read with unease of how the Legion fostered insurrections and uprisings, drawing Imperial forces into one trap after another. Whole worlds would descend into madness and anarchy, their people roused to rebellion by whispers planted by Alpha Legion agents. Sometimes the Legion would support these cults openly, other times they would abandon them at the last moment, leaving the Imperium weakened, stretched thin. The Inquisition, particularly the Ordo Malleus and Ordo Hereticus, invested vast resources into rooting out the Alpha Legion's hidden bases. Yet each success was short-lived. For every warband destroyed, it seemed 2 more would rise. Their existence revealed only when they struck. The High Lords of Terror declared time and again that the Alpha Legion was finished, that the Hydra was at last slain, yet still new rebellions emerged, bearing the same insidious trademarks. The Alpha Legion's presence had become a nightmare woven into the very fabric of the Imperium. What separated the Alpha Legion from the other traitor legions, however, was their unusual relationship with chaos itself. Unlike the Wordbearers or the Death Guard, the Alpha Legion did not rely on the warp to sustain them. They remained largely untouched by mutation, their warbands moving through the galaxy on real space vessels, avoiding the corrupting influence of the Immaterium. Some accounts say that this was evidence of a lingering loyalty to the Emperor, a stubborn refusal to become fully beholden to the Dark Gods. Others saw it as proof of their arrogance, their belief that they alone held the key to humanity's salvation. Yet whether they served chaos, themselves, or some twisted memory of the Emperor, the Alpha Legion still remain elusive. Their autonomy allowed them to operate with impunity, each warband governed by its own leader, yet bound by an overarching mission no outsider seems to fully comprehend. Some within the Legion were loyalists in secret, fighting for a future they believed was the Emperor's will. Others had embraced the rebellion entirely, seeing in it the freedom to shape the galaxy as they saw fit. The ambiguity of their allegiance became a weapon in itself, making the Alpha Legion impossible to categorize, a legion of shifting masks and endless deceptions. The records were filled with examples of their cruelty and cunning, but no amount of reading can untangle their motives. Each encounter with the Alpha Legion left the Imperium reeling, struggling to understand whether they faced an enemy of chaos or a misguided ally. And so the Alpha Legion continues to haunt the Imperium, a shadow cast across its brightest stars, a reminder that loyalty and betrayal were often indistinguishable. They remained a legion without a master, bound only by the memory of their fallen Primarch and the mission he had left them. As Jareth closed the final records, he felt a strange sense of reverence mixed with the same discomfort one has of being in a dark room and thinking something is lurking in the shadows. And as he left the Librarius, the quiet of its halls seemed to echo with their battle cry, whispered from the depths of history. For the Emperor. He felt the weight of the final record in his mind as he closed the console. The Librarius seemed darker, quieter, as if the stories he had uncovered had somehow drawn the shadows closer, thickening the silence around him. The story of the Alpha Legion was one that had left him both awed and unsettled, a story of betrayal and secrecy, from shadowed loyalty to fractured truths and misguided betrayal. He rose from his seat, feeling the stillness of the Librarius. In the time he had spent here, in the depths of the chapter's library, he had wandered through many ages of war and hundreds of forgotten names, reading of glories won and lost, heroes fallen, and battles that had reshaped the galaxy. But none of them had left him with the same sense of disquiet as the Alpha Legion's history. He let his gaze wander over the rows of shelves, filled with leather-bound tomes, parchment scrolls, and data crystals that held the knowledge of ages past. The Librarius was a vault, a sanctuary for those tasked with remembering what others had chosen to forget. And Jareth was part of this endless work of remembrance, a custodian of stories that even his battle-hardened brothers would never know.
Okay.
The drop pod rattled and groaned under the crushing pressure of its descent. Otto Ulbrecht's world was a narrow shell of metal, cramped and dark save for the red light casting harsh shadows against his armor, a light that, when turned green, would unleash him and his brothers on their enemy. He held himself steady, feeling the relentless pull of gravity, the tightness of his harness, and the rhythmic shake of the pod as it plummeted through the atmosphere. Every inch of metal hummed with the effort of rushing wind, and the deep thrumming beat filled the small space around him. A strange calm hung in the pod, if calm could exist
He looks alright.
amidst the roar and tremor of rapid descent. His fellow Templars were
Yeah,
silent.
now I remember what I
only the
wanted to do
muffled
with this guy.
sounds of their breathing breaking the steady ambience. Otto himself drew in controlled breaths, though his mind was a whirl of questions, prayer, and the tension of pre-combat anxiety. This was it, his first true battle. The pre-mission briefing was replaying in his mind. The images of Galvas projected in red and black as he and his brothers prepared their weapons and armor. The world had once been a proud imperial planet, its cities orderly and faithful, its people a picture of quiet obedience.
Mixy, mixy,
Now
mixy.
twisted relics of a different kind littered the land. Otto had seen enough to know this place needed the Templars' help. Red-clawed symbols of corn, scorched across stone, blood-streaked icons of the blood god's dominion, scrawled over broken buildings. The taint of chaos had grown thick here, like poison that spread by touch alone. That blood-red stain lay somewhere below them now, just beyond these creaking walls. Otto took a steadying breath. Beneath his helmet, a flicker of doubt lingered, gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. He'd trained for this, passed every test, but the fact remained. He had yet to cross the true threshold of battle. War, real war, was not something that could be perfectly simulated, and he knew well that it held sights, sounds, and horrors far beyond what training could prepare him for. But before doubt could sink its claws too deep, Otto let his mind go still, recalling his mentor's voice. Swordbrother Castor had spoken often of doubt, how it crept into even the most disciplined
What
minds.
the fuck?
It is the duty of a Black Templar to become something beyond fear, Castor had said. The Emperor's wrath does not doubt, neither should you. As the pod shuddered and jolted again, Otto's grip tightened on the hilt of his weapon. The memory of Castor's voice drew him back from his doubts, reminding him of those who had come before him. Rogel Dawn, the Primarch, whose name and legacy shaped their order, and Sigismund, the first of the Emperor's champions who had vowed to wage eternal war. These men had forged paths in far darker places than this. A flash of light spilled over the edge of his visor as the pod broke through the clouds, casting everything in an unearthly red glow. The light caught on every scratch and dent in their armor, casting jagged shadows that flickered like restless spirits. The ground beneath began to come into view, a warped landscape of twisted metal and shattered stone, its cities little more than jagged remains. He imagined what it must have looked like before chaos took hold. Proud spires, orderly streets, grand monuments raised to the Emperor's glory. All had fallen, crushed and defiled by Khorne's worshippers, and the landscape now was nothing but the skeletal remains of that former loyalty. Otto closed his eyes, letting the hum of the pod steady him, allowing himself to simply be a part of this vessel, this descent, this crusade. He belonged to the Order now. The silence of his brothers grounded him, and he wondered if they felt that same pulse of anxious excitement that thrummed in his chest. In the quiet, he thought he could sense it, an unspoken understanding, the tension of waiting to strike. The pod jolted, the descent slowing in a shuddering, bone-jarring series of stops and starts. The final leg of their journey had begun. The red light overhead flickered, and Otto took a breath, feeling the tension in his body as anticipation took its place. They would be on the ground soon. Otto let himself imagine it. Stepping out of the pod, boots sinking into the tainted soil, the taste of Galvas's air thick with smoke and blood. He would see the marks of Khorne with his own eyes, smell the corruption that hung thick in the air. But he knew he would not face it alone. His brothers would stand with him, all of them bound to the same purpose. Every man here bore the same oaths, had taken the same vows to purge the Emperor's enemies. In the dimness, he
Who the fuck are we listening to?
Take shape. It was almost comforting, this shared quiet before the storm, the last stretch of calm.
Story of the Black Templar.
And the world beyond demanded their fury. The drop pod shuddered again, a tremor that seemed to reach Otto Ulbrecht's very bones, and the tight hum of the engines filled the space around him. In the enclosed aftermath of the Horus Heresy and the formation of the Black Legion, Ezekiel Abaddon stood at a crossroads. He had rejected Horus's legacy, cast off the remnants of the shattered rebellion, and forged something new out of the ashes. But the question remained, what would the Black Legion become? How could Abaddon turn his vision into reality and bring the Imperium to its knees? The answer lay in the Black Crusades. For Abaddon, these campaigns would not be mere wars of attrition. He knew that the Imperium
make this
could not be
orange just a
defeated in
tiny
single,
bit
all-out assault. Instead, the Black Crusades would be long, drawn-out conflicts designed to undermine the stability of the Imperium, weaken its defenses, and spread chaos across the galaxy. Each crusade would be a strike against the heart of the Imperium, not for the glory of chaos.
I feel like I'm painting fucking Norris's car right now.
Unlike Horus, who had been driven by a desire to overthrow the Emperor and install himself as ruler, Abaddon had a
This
different
orange is
perspective.
good. We'll change you
He saw
to
the
orange as
Imperium
well.
not just as an enemy to be defeated, but as an empire to be shattered, its resources plundered, its weaknesses exploited. He would wage war not for the dark gods, though he would use their power when it suited him, but for his own ambition, to become the ruler of a galaxy torn apart by war and remade in his image. The first Black Crusade
that's
had been
better.
a test, a probing strike
Yeah,
to assess
I
the
like.
Imperium's
That's a
strength
lot better.
and to gather resources.
We have trained
But
you
with each
into
crusade that followed, Abaddon's strategy
fucking leads.
evolved. He learned from every victory, every setback, and he refined his tactics to exploit the weaknesses of the Imperium. His approach was one of precision, not blind destruction. He targeted key worlds, supply routes and fortifications, undermining the Imperium's infrastructure, while avoiding the costly battles that had doomed Horus. Abaddon also understood the power of psychological warfare. He used fear as a weapon, spreading rumors of his unstoppable forces, letting the fear of his arrival break the spirit of resistance before his forces even landed. Planets that might have otherwise held out for years against a conventional siege often fell in a matter of days,
Thanks.
their defenses
Move you
crumbling
back.
under the weight of terror. But the Black Crusades were not just about conquest. For
I
Abaddon,
want to do
they were a
something
means
different
to
with a
gather
helmet.
strength. Each crusade was an opportunity to capture ancient technology, powerful artifacts, and to consolidate his alliances with other warbands and factions of chaos. He was not
You
content with
back.
the power he already had. He sought more, always more.
Move these two back as well.
It was during the Third Black Crusade that Abaddon acquired one of his most powerful
All right,
weapons,
now
the Planet Killer.
we're a little bit
The
more
Planet
on
Killer
team.
was a massive ancient warship
Uh,
of unfathomable power, capable of destroying entire worlds with a single strike. Rumored to have been crafted in the dark forges of the Dark Mechanicum, it was a weapon that could turn the tide of any war. Abaddon had long sought a weapon that could bring the Imperium to its knees, and the Planet
I
Killer
dig how this
was
helmet
exactly
became.
what he needed.
Oh,
It was buried deep within the Maelstrom, one of the galaxy's most dangerous warp storms, hidden away by factions
okay.
of the Dark
We'll
Mechanicum
do
who guarded it jealously.
this helmet.
Abaddon, with the cunning that had defined his rise to power, didn't simply storm the Maelstrom with brute force. Instead, he manipulated the rival
glaze?
factions within the warp storm, turning them against each other until they were too weak to resist his final assault. When the dust settled, the Planet Killer was his. It was a symbol of Abaddon's mastery of both strategy and manipulation, a weapon that would make him feared across the stars. With the Planet Killer under his control, Abaddon now had the means to back up his threats with catastrophic force. Entire worlds fell before him, knowing that resistance could mean annihilation. But the Planet Killer was more than just a superweapon. For Abaddon, it was a tool to control others, both within and outside the Black Legion. The promise of destruction, the power to obliterate entire planets, gave him leverage over rival warbands and even the Dark Gods themselves. Abaddon used the Planet Killer to consolidate his control over the fragmented forces of chaos, forcing others to fall in line behind his banner or face the consequences. With the Planet Killer in his arsenal, Abaddon's Black Crusades became even more devastating. Worlds that had once held out in defiance now surrendered without a fight, knowing that the price of resistance could be the death of their entire planet. The Imperium was forced to spread its forces thin, scrambling to defend key worlds against the
Alright,
ever-present
you know what,
threat
guys?
of Abaddon's warship.
We've been live now for 4 fucking hours. Thank y'all so
Despite
much
his
for joining
reliance
in.
on Chaos forces,
I am
Abaddon
gonna
was wary
put
of the
these
Dark Gods.
in the back,
He had
and we're
seen
gonna
what
work on
Chaos
these
had done
all
to the
later.
world, how the War Master,
Besides
once
this
the
one,
greatest
because I
of the
already finished that
Primarchs,
one.
had been reduced to a pawn in the God's game,
Follow.
manipulated and ultimately discarded when he failed.
So let's get ready to clean
Abaddon
everything
was
up.
determined not to make the same mistake.
But yeah, thank
Unlike
y'all
many
so
of the
much for
warlords
joining
who
in on
served
this
chaos,
lovely day on
Abaddon
a
refused
Sunday.
to worship the Dark Gods. He
And
saw them not as deities to be revered,
Twitch
but
is
as
being weird, so I
tools
didn't
to
get
be
any of
used.
my alerts.
While other champions
So
of
fuck
chaos sought favor
fuck
from
that.
the gods in exchange for
But
power,
thank you so much for Swigtech for the
Abaddon
raid
used a
with
more
22
dangerous
viewers.
path.
And
He
thank
took what he
you
needed from
for
chaos,
one of them
but never
follows our
fully gave
brand new
himself over
unicorn
to
as
it.
well.
This balancing act was dangerous.
We're gonna
But it was
raid
what
out.
made Abaddon unique among the warlords of chaos.
The button didn't work.
He
It's like
understood the power
nothing
of the
works
war
today.
and the
Absolutely
influence of the Dark
fuck
Gods,
all works today.
but he refused to let them dictate his fate. Instead, he
That one works.
against
Jesus
others,
fucking
using
Christ.
their gifts when it
Alright,
suited
so
but always keeping his own agenda at the forefront. Abaddon's manipulation of chaos
fuck that.
extended to his own forces.